الروبوت زنبر أول موظفي خدمة عملاء لدى مجموعة الموسى الصحية. And the robot Zumba, the first customer service employee at AlHasa Health Group.
كويس لغايه ما القران يخلص. بعد كده انا هاخد بعد كده ماشي كده هقدمها وتقول لها اتفضل ازاي هتتكلم هتخلص انا هتحكم بعد كده هنقول ايه من أنا؟
دكتور هاني الشافعي. خدمة مجموعة الموسى الصحية، نحن نخدم بشغف عبر سلسلة
صوت المايك كده اوكي. برافو. برافو. قولي من أنا مرة ثانية. أين أنت الآن؟
دكتور هاني الشافعي.
أين أنت؟
نحن الآن في مجموعة الموسى الصحية بالأحساء. behalf of AlHasa Health Group, we are delighted to welcome all of you, distinguished academics, scientists and health professionals gathered in AlHasa to participate in AlHasa First Pediatric Conference. On behalf of AlHasa Health Group, we are delighted to welcome all of you, distinguished academics, scientists Scientists and health professionals gathered in AlHasa to participate in AlHasa First Pediatric Conference, Technology and Innovation. We are grateful to the organizing and scientific committee's members who have arranged such an informative program. The scientific committee has created what promises to be a stimulating and enjoyable program, which will include something for everyone. This conference aims to discuss the major challenges associated with integrating technology into child health care. Innovative research and development efforts that improve the quality of child health care through technology-driven solutions. The implementation of the latest advancements and breakthroughs in the application of artificial intelligence and machine learning in pediatric diagnosis, treatment planning and monitoring. And the influence of social media platforms on communication between healthcare professionals, parents, and caregivers in the context of pediatric healthcare. Without further ado, let's start our conference opening with Sheikh Ahmed Abulinian for Holy Quran recitation.
يتفضل سماحة الشيخ أحمد أبو العيني لتلاوة ما تيسر من القرآن الكريم، فليتفضل مشكورا.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله الذي جعل لكم الأرض قرارا والسماء بناء وصوركم فأحسن صوركم ورزقكم من الطيبات ذلكم الله ربكم فتبارك الله رب العالمين. هو الحي لا إله إلا هو. هو الحي لا إله إلا هو فادعوه مخلصين له الدين. الحمد لله رب العالمين. صدق الله العظيم.
صدق الله العلي العظيم. Allow me to invite Dr. Zainab AlHasa, AlHasa Specialist Hospital Chief Executive Officer, to give a welcome speech on behalf of AlHasa Health Group Management.
He invited me to this stage. Maybe you didn't hear him or her. I don't know what's the gender. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and speakers and colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the first AlHasa Pediatric Conference, which is themed around innovation and technology. As we are diving into an interesting world of innovation and technology, it's very wonderful to see so many passionate professionals gathered here to share knowledge and learn from each other. As we explore new advancement in the technology, let's not forget that the heart of it all is the children and their families, who are really depend on us as healthcare professionals. Let's approach innovation with warmth and empathy. Let's blend the cutting-edge tools with a human touch to ensure the best possible care for our little ones. I'm thrilled today to witness the connections and the ideas that will emerge today from this conference. Let's inspire each other, learn from each other, and pave the way into a brighter future for the younger population. Thank you all for being here today, and wish you a great conference ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Zainab. Now, let me invite Dr. May Al-Kanarizi, AlHasa Health Group Chief Executive of Education and Pediatric Department Head, to give a welcome speech on behalf of Pediatric Department.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to our Innovation and Technology Conference in Pediatrics. As we all know, there has been huge advances in artificial intelligence assisted devices, and huge advances in how they can be integrated into the healthcare system. So definitely there is a pressing need to all of us to network, to exchange information, to learn, to educate, and to integrate all of those technologies and new advances in our healthcare practice, resulting in what? In improving patient care, and getting better patient experience, and also a more efficient healthcare system. So that's why we are meeting today. We are meeting today and tomorrow to look at that and to exchange all of those ideas. So definitely I'd like to thank everybody, every single person of you. First of all, I'd like to thank our speakers who came from other areas to exchange and for us to learn and educate ourselves from them. I'd like to thank our sponsors. I'd like to thank our collaborators. And finally, I'd like to thank our scientific and organizing committee for organizing this conference. Thank you very much, and I wish that we have enjoyable 2 days. Thank you.
To announce that by the end of each session, we will have interesting interactive competitions and winners. Be alert all the time to be one of the winners. Wishing you an enjoyable and inspiring conference. Now we conclude our opening ceremony by inviting Dr. Zainab Al-Alawi and Dr. Mohammed Basiouni to chair the first session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Zainab Al-Alawi, and I'm delighted to welcome
we conclude our opening ceremony.
I'm here already. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the first session of this promising and unique conference. And today we're joined by astonishing speaker, health professional who are pointed out as a pioneer in the health system and pioneer in the innovative technology. Today we're going to dive into the future journey, talking about the AI solutions, technology and medical system, and how to apply it in the medical care. To start with, please welcome with me the first speaker of today, Prof. Salwa AlHasa. Prof. Salwa, she is distinguished clinical professor, lecturer, and senior consultant of ophthalmology. She is advisor of President King Abdulaziz City of Research and Development. She is a professor lecturer at the College of Medicine, Al Faisal University in Riyadh, Prof. AlHasa is one of the most influential personalities in Saudi Arabia and in the Arab world, and a female pioneer, is one of the first Saudi women to achieve international success academically, professionally, and politically. She has been an active advocate in empowering Saudi women in the support of the royal family after being pointed out as the first female physician to enter royal palaces as attending ophthalmologist to the late King Fahd 1997 to 2005. Prof. Salwa is evolving AI and deep learning through retinal image analysis on localization, automation of the other chronic diseases, and transforming the digital health industry into innovative, efficient, and sustainable health system, and accessible to all patients, making Saudi Arabia a pioneer in the digital transformation in the region and beyond. Please welcome Prof. Salwa.
الله يسلم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for asking me to join our experience in AI linked to the healthcare. I do apologize for having to sit. I'm not usually used to that. And if my chiropractic nurse was here, he would kill me. I'm supposed to be flat on my back, but I had committed to AlHasa, who, to be honest, I hate what I have seen. I was actually talking to Dr. Zainab, and I said, why are you so low-keyed? You have so much that people in other parts of the kingdom about you. So if you allow me, I'm going to be talking about using AI and deep learning in the clinical setting. But before I start, I want to just tell you a little story about myself and why someone who's a surgeon decided to consider AI. One day in 2018, I woke up. I was looking at the ceiling, and I said, why can't I take my expertise, put it in a package, and give it to the community? Why do I have to wait for the patient to come to the King Faisal Specialist Hospital? He needs to have, of course, a referral from the Ministry of Health or other. He needs to come on a plane. He needs to take whoever's partnering with him, whether his son, wife, spouse, daughter, and then he has to also make an appointment in the hospital. There must be some sort of a technology where a patient should be able to be examined by a consultant in his district. We're not even talking about the hometown. Why can't that happen? So I started investigating, and all of a sudden someone said AI. Remember, this was before the COVID. So we're talking about artificial intelligence before we even thought about it. So I went and I took my master's degree in medical management from the University of Southern California over the age of 50. So you're never too old to learn. My mother, and I'm going to say it in Arabic, وليش شاقي حالك؟ مهندس الدكتوراه وش ينزلكي للماجستير؟ دائما تدورين الشقة. She could not understand that I was doing this to learn about healthcare from a different perspective. I did my master's degree in artificial intelligence, and that just opened the doors for me. So I went back to my hospital at the King Faisal Specialist Hospital and told them about my innovation, thinking out of the box. They thought I was crazy. They said, just go back to your clinic, see your patients, and increase the number. So I needed a platform where I can grow. So I went to NEOM in Riyadh, and they opened the doors for me. If it was not for NEOM, I would not be sitting here today showing you our innovations that we have done. They embraced me, and we were able now to reach levels where we actually have a product that we present. We've already presented the Ministry of Health, which I will show you. So I wanted to give you this little story simply to say healthcare can be integrated into AI and vice versa. You see people in healthcare, experts, and people in AI, but you don't see the combination together in one person, and I'm hoping that I was able to do that. So everything I'm going to be presenting is live. I didn't take it from the internet. It's things that we have done. So if you allow me, of course, I have to give also credit to CAXT. I'm now the senior advisor to CAXT. They've also opened their national labs, and from CAXT, I'm able to work in CAUST. This is where we have done all of our solutions. I don't think this is working. Yeah. This one, thank you. So, if you allow me, I'd like to just talk a little about AI for those of you that don't know what AI is, just to give you a little introduction, and I do apologize if we have AI experts here, but I think to start this off, let us define what artificial intelligence is. As you see there, artificial intelligence is a program that can actually sense, reason, act, and adapt. The most important thing, it has to adapt to what we're doing. The artificial intelligence is the umbrella. Under artificial intelligence is machine learning. For those of you that are not familiar with that. Machine learning, you're just algorithms. We're going to be talking more about them, whose performance improves as they are exposed to more and more data. And I'll give you an example of machine learning. You know when you go to the restaurants and these little computers come and they give you your food? That's what they do. They're given a command and they come to you. They only take commands. Whatever you tell them to do, they will do, like this computer here. I don't want to insult her at that point. And then the deep learning, this is the very important. And this is where I come in. The deep learning is actually, it's a subset of machines and they learn. So the more you feed them, the more they understand. The more you give them data. If you give good data, you're going to get good results. If you're going to give bad data, you're going to get garbage. So you really have to have good data. So the more you feed into it, actually, it can reason and it will actually take steps forward to be able to go and do more. So it can actually exceed the human being. And I'm going to be showing you how that is done. Every time I raise my hand, So let's talk a little about artificial intelligence. No, go back, please, one. Go back. Go back one, please. So anyways, artificial intelligence in the healthcare is considered a very important entity. As you all know, please just advance the slides to where I stopped. So, as you all know, here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are actually ahead of the G20 when it comes to artificial intelligence, and this is really very important. The government is continuously feeding into artificial intelligence because we need to be the pioneers, if you will, when it comes to artificial intelligence. Now, when artificial intelligence first started, it did not come into the healthcare. This is really very important. With the healthcare integrated into artificial intelligence, you have to remember, this will technically, thank you, that's fine. This will technically help us in the healthcare. So, what we are doing is we are trying to integrate healthcare into artificial intelligence and vice versa. We take the artificial intelligence and we integrate it into the healthcare. So to be able to integrate these two together, we will be able to help our patients. We will be able to bring our patients to a level that is not actually, was not available. So what are we doing? We are transforming the healthcare into an innovative, sustainable, this is really very important, and most important, it is actually accessible to everybody. When you have one doctor, the one doctor will be in charge, let's say, of 100 patients. When you come into artificial intelligence, that artificial intelligence will actually, if you will, be able, instead of doing 10, they will be able to do 100 patients. This is why we as physicians have to be very comfortable and not feel that the artificial intelligence is going to take our place. It will never do that. Artificial intelligence will augment our work. And I'll give you an example. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now is actually at the forefront of using artificial intelligence in the health system. What was our fuel before here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? The oil. We were depending on the oil. And that's what kept Saudi Arabia at levels. Now, our fuel in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is data. If we don't have data, we will not be able to go forward. Data is going to be the fuel of our company, of our economy. Technically speaking, what we're doing, we're empowering the human intelligence. You have to be able to look beyond. When you are sitting thinking of something, you have to look beyond what we actually have. Now, let me give you an example of AI until they get the slides working. When you have a mobile, why does the farmer, who does not even know how to read or write, is accessible to the mobile? Why? He doesn't know how to read and write, but he has a mobile that actually helps him. Why? Because we put the price down and we make it accessible to everybody, regardless of their socio-economic status. And that's what AI is going to do. Everybody will be entitled to the best care, regardless of their socio-economic status. They will be able to have the best care regardless of where they live. You don't have to be in Riyadh. You don't have to be in Jeddah. And you don't have to be in Dammam to have the best care. Now, of course, we'll say al-hufuf, mashallah, tabarakallah. You don't have to be in these places. You can be in anywhere in the remote areas to get access. So what we do with AI is we look beyond the obvious. And what it's going to do, it's going to improve our daily activities. And Tamara knows this, Dr. Tamara. When the housewife before was washing and cleaning and ironing and sweeping, when the vacuum came in, when the washer machine came in, when the dryer came in, did it take the place of the mother? What it did, it gave her time, quality time to use for other things. Your calculator, did it take away your brain? It helped you. This is what I'd like to say. Next slide, please. Wonderful. What it does, actually, it augments your work. Can we do it here? No. So what we're doing is it augments you. The artificial intelligence augments the human intelligence. It makes you better. It works faster than you. So yes, if something is going to work faster than me, I want it. Now, what happens when I explained artificial intelligence, I explained machine learning, and I explained to you the deep learning, the difference between it. The machine learning, you give it a command, it does it. The deep learning will actually go beyond that and be able to predict things. What's gonna come out from all these is data. Now, I have this data, but if I don't have someone analyzing it, it's not going to help us in any way. So I have this data that's going to be analytic. So remember, if we said data is the fuel of our economy, what is the engine of the economy? If you have fuel, you need an engine. So what do you think the engine is? The engine is actually to analyze it. So what we have to remember is we are breaking down this complex data and we are problem solving. So knowledge is power, whether it's human, natural intelligence, or artificial intelligence. So please do not be afraid of artificial intelligence, and you hear all these taking over. You control it, especially in the healthcare. And this is really very important. And it's also, it has the potential to alter businesses. If you have a business at this point, whether it's in healthcare, education, politics, if you don't have AI, you are not going to jump on the wagon. It is very important to embrace AI. Also, without the big data, without analyzing it, you can have data, but you have to be able to analyze it. If you don't analyze it, your business is blind and your business is considered deaf. So digitalization is an absolute necessity, and Saudi Arabia now is fueling its economy, its society, and the living through artificial intelligence. Right now, if you go to the government and you say, I have a it all started in the garage. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now has made a garage where you actually go into it, you have offices, you have back and front help, and they actually support you by giving you space and full physical support. So now I would like to say that the data is considered the oil of the 21st century. So we no longer rely on oil, we are relying on data. Please remember that. I think okay. I'd like to bring something up to your attention. I have gone into big meetings where I say AI, oh yeah, doctora, عندنا AI in the hospital. I go look at it, it's telemedicine. Do not mix your apples with your oranges. Telemedicine is totally different from artificial intelligence. If you come out with nothing from my lecture except this slide, you have understood artificial intelligence. And I'll tell you why. Telemedicine and AI, you take a photo of the eye, which we're going to be talking about in my second lecture. In telemedicine, you send the photo to the physicians who are in a remote area. So what does it mean? There is a human interaction. So the readers are there and they read it. It may take them one day, it may take them 2 days, it may take them a week. We don't know. It depends on their availability, because these readers are physicians who have clinics and who have surgery. So they will read it whenever they are available. And then they send back the result. The result is sent back. Now let's assume one of the patients has something critical. What do they have to do? They have to go and find the patient. The patient has left home. So you have someone looking for the patient, finding the patient, and telling him to come back to the clinic. Is that not an extra chore? You're actually using more human resources. So you call the patient back and he's upset. I saw you 3 days ago. Why are you calling me back? I can't come. My son has work, I have work. So what's happening with telemedicine? The most important thing, it's technically expensive because you're hiring doctors, and there's a delay because you have to call after a couple of days. Let's take this again. If this was artificial intelligence, you take the photo, it goes to the cloud while the patient is still in the room, and the answer and the diagnosis comes back within minutes while the patient is still in the exam room. And I can tell you both Dr. Zainab Al-Musa and Dr. Mail Khnezi actually went and witnessed it. We have it running in the Ministry of Health in Al-Hafuf. So they actually went as observers. They watched the patient come in, they watched the screened, taking the photo, and within a couple of minutes, now remember, it depends on your internet. And within a couple of minutes, the results comes out. And we're going to be talking about that in a second. So the reason I'm using diabetic retinopathy, it's not because I'm an ophthalmologist. The only artificial intelligence solutions that have come worldwide is actually in ophthalmology. We're very lucky. Subhanallah. Out of all the specialities, ophthalmology, because we take photos. We're actually seeing the retina by the naked eye. This is the part you see the brain through the eye without having to do an MRI. في مثل اللي بيقول العين نافذة الجسم. This is what they're referring to. By looking into the eye, you can diagnose many diseases. So if we look at artificial intelligence, as you see there, what do we mean by point of care screening? The patient is seen immediately. And it's an automated solution. So you get it within minutes, depending on your internet speed. So what we call artificial intelligence is point of care. What do you call telemedicine? A remote doctor. You know, it's like having your remote and controlling it from a distance. So telemedicine has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. You're seeing a patient here, you're sending his photos to another area. When the doctor is available, he will see it, and in a couple of days he will send me, which is very inconvenient, expensive, and there's a delay. So I hope to God everyone here in the room now knows the difference between telemedicine and artificial intelligence. Why did I pick diabetes? Because the only artificial intelligence solution that has been approved worldwide by the US FDA, by Canada, by the British National Health System, and by Europe through the CE mark is the diabetes. The diabetes, I call it the silent pandemic. You know, when the corona came, everybody was square, and we got it under control. The previous one, and I said, you know, this is a new pandemic. Do you know there is a pandemic that we call the silent pandemic? The killing pandemic? Do you know that the diabetes kills 3 times more than what corona kills? So we really have to be able to diagnose it, and we have to be able to treat it. And as you see there, unfortunately, the Middle East is the second highest increase. And by the way, by 2030, we will be the number 1. This is only in the Middle East, and this is really unfortunate that I say that. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there are over 4 million diabetics at the moment. This is adults. We haven't even included the pediatrics. The WHO, and I will show it, is actually saying it's more. Why are we interested in diabetes? Because when you look at the growing population, it's increasing, and every time we increase and we do better health care, what are we doing to our older population? We're making them live longer. So every time we improve our health care, we are actually extending the life of our diabetic patients or any of the old age. And one of the most important thing, of course, is diabetes, heart disease, and genetics. So we have to expect this grow, and there is no human intervention that can actually be able to adapt to this growth. So what do we have to do? Automation. No human being can actually go with this flow. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, it's actually transforming healthcare. We have, of course, I mentioned to you the diabetic retinopathy. We have the disease risk modeling. We have the self-monitoring. I'm going to be talking a little about that because it's so beautiful. And then we have, of course, the advanced genomics and precision medicine. And we're fortunate today to have Dr. Maryam AlHasa actually going to be talking about that. So when we talk about the disease and risk modeling, we can actually predict and do many models for this, and this is where it has been done. Again, I say diabetes because diabetes is the only disease right now. We're hoping that genetic diseases will come in. This is what's now being used in the States and other parts of the world. And do you know that 2 million people are being trained in their diabetes prediction as we talk right now? And so several AI-based medical devices and prediction models have been actually approved, and there's many, if you will, articles on that. Again, we know about the diabetes self-management. I can't tell you about the mobile phone system. This is part of AI, where diabetic patients are managing their own disease through artificial intelligence, through the phone application. Again, you can see that the smartphones are really making a difference for our diabetic population. And there are many, by the way, I'm happy to say that, there are many Saudi mobile applications that provide these mobile consultations. Believe me, I am not trying to promote Karaz at all, but this is one of the most, I can tell you, integrated applications that predicts, that diagnoses, and that actually supports the diabetic patients. And we are actually going to be joining them very soon, where the solution will be integrated into their system. They're actually working abroad in the States and in Europe, and now they are bringing it into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and our application will be integrated in their smartphone, and this is really very important. The interesting thing about, can you go back now? Yeah. Go back, I'll go back one. Thank you, I'll take it from here. So they're really interesting that they've gone one step ahead when it comes to Karaz, and they have done the precision medicine where they can predict diabetes before it happens. This would not be applicable if they did not have the artificial intelligence. And they now have what we call the one tech stack for the smart health, where they integrate everything for the diabetic patients in their smartphone, and we're going to be hopefully putting the solution into their smartphone. Okay, let's talk a little about the industry. Do you know that there is 1 out of 3 Saudis that have diabetes? This is a big number. For every 3 people here, there is 1 that is affected with diabetes. This is considered very high. And out of those 1 out of 3, 1 of them, out of the 3, when you go back, 33% will have diabetic eye disease. Do you know that at the moment right now, there are over 537 million people living with diabetes? And by the way, it's growing. It's a pandemic. It's a silent pandemic that is slowly killing. No human intervention can ever be able to match the increase that is happening. So what do? Automation. If we don't do the automation, we will not be able. At the moment, as I'm talking right now, do you know how many diabetics are being screened? Only 24%. Because we don't have enough humans to be able to screen the diabetics. So what do? We use automation. If we don't use automation, we will be missing, as you see right now, 75% of the population, because the growth exceeds the human resources. The only way to go is through automation. As you see there, and I mentioned it before, there's an 87% increase. Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia is the first. احنا بنتنافس مع الكويت. احنا والكويت متنافسين. Who's going to be first in the diabetes? We are the first actually among the developing countries, and unfortunately we are the 5th globally. And this is really very sad. As we mentioned, 33% have diabetic eye disease, and do you believe, and this is, by the way, the statistics of 2015 from the Ministry of Health. There hasn't been new statistics, which we're hoping to be able to do. They spend 27 billion Saudi riyals on diabetes. With that, it's projected to reach 43 billion. This is a really very, very big number. So, let me tell you this. We did a survey on the diabetic patients. You know, the diabetic patients, they have their legs amputated. God forbid, they have renal dialysis, they have strokes, and they also have neuropathy. So we did a survey. We asked them, which is most concerning to you? It was really interesting when we took their patient concerns. Do you believe this was technically the kidney disease, 13%, the heart disease, 17%, sorry, the stroke, 17%, it just changed, and the nerve damage. What do you think was their most concern? The most concern was eye. Do not take my eyesight. Doctora, amputate my leg. Doctora, put me on renal dialysis. But please do not touch my eyesight. And this was a survey done on almost 500 Saudi patients who are diabetic, and we asked them, so what does that tell you? نعمة البصر غالية. Amputate my leg, but do not touch my eyesight. That's how far they go.
Excuse me, Doctor, 5 minutes.
Thank you. So when we look here, we do have 4 million patients, but when you take the children, we reach the 7 million. Again, if you would diagnose the patients early, in the first year, they are all green. We only get to diagnose them, unfortunately, after 3 years. By the time we diagnose them in 3 years, they are already blind. So anything green is good, anything red is blind, and I'm going to be showing it to you in the next lecture. Why do we say AI provides higher accuracy in mass diabetic detection? We did 2 events. One was with the Karas. I don't know if you know Karas. They are the type 1 diabetes, and they see a number. They had their annual meeting. We brought in our machine, and we were able to mass screen everybody without the presence of a physician by the technician. Also, Sukkar in Al-Madina, Al-Munawwara, they have a mobile unit where they go to the remote areas with the solution, the AI solution, and they are able to examine everyone and free of charge. That's what we're doing in the beginning right now. So let me just explain to you, and I might have to stand up for this. I actually, as a human being, have to examine all these patients, all of them. Can you imagine the human resources I'm wasting from the hospital as a physician? All I need as a physician is only these 2 to be able to go and treat them. So if you're in a private setting and you're a doctor and you're given a half an hour, which is going to be more resourceful? To examine a patient, which a black box can do, or to be able to treat the patient? Of course, the treatment. So instead of examining all these patients myself, I let the black box do it, and I only take the 2. I took 2,800 patients from the King Faisal Specialist Hospital when I used to be the head of ophthalmology there. Do you believe I examined 2,800 patients? I wasted the resources of the hospital, and all I needed to see was 300 patients that needed my skills. That's what artificial intelligence does. So what's the benefits of AI? It provides care accessibly. It's very comfortable for the patient. They don't have to travel. It's comfortable for the service provider. I only have to do the treatment, not that. I'm leveraging automated image recognition in my entity, in my institute. I'm reducing all this unnecessary resources. I'm increasing the efficiency and productivity of my entity and my people. And most important thing, I'm giving my physicians more time to do treatment rather than to do the routine boring. So this is where it's being used. It's being used in 5 different continents. We brought it here to Saudi Arabia to be able to cover the 7 million diabetic patients that we have, and we've already started. I'm going to be showing you. We already, the reason what we did is we customized it. So we are the only, this is the only solution that works on Saudi patients. It gives intervals when to come back. I'm going to be showing it, and we Arabized it. Can you imagine? We took our machine and we made it to be able to talk in Arabic. So in conclusion, this is my last slide. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is achieving a smart government. We are continuing to invest in our digital infrastructure. We have deployed, of course, as you know, the 5G. We're going into the 6G. We have more than 6,500 cell towers. And we're contributing to the 2030 vision by embracing AI. Please embrace it. Don't be afraid of it. You get all these messages on WhatsApp. That's all baloney. Believe me, what we're doing works. And the most important thing is we're establishing a digital government authority, as you know. And now we are creating, this is really very important, a digital interaction and an electronic between the citizens. That's you, between the government, and most important, between us as business centers. So again, you have to remember that the infrastructure is really very important, and the most important thing is we're enhancing digital and technological advancement. Thank you very much for allowing me just to give you a little on artificial intelligence. In the second lecture, we're going to dive into the actual solution. Thank you all very much.
Let's talk about artificial intelligence from a different perspective. Of course, I thank Dr. Asaba. She did an excellent job on talking about this artificial intelligence. There are several domains of what artificial These are the domains of artificial intelligence that we talked about. The domains move on. So we have the machine learning, she spoke about that. We have deep learning, we have the neural language, which is used by Twitter. Do you know which one is used mainly in healthcare? Which of these different domains is used by healthcare artificial intelligence? It's the fuzzy logic, right? The artificial intelligence. So thanks to the recent advances in the computer science, now we can easily and quickly integrate this into our healthcare facilities. We are using these machine learning, different types of we'll talk about the bots and the wearables that are there that will help us in machine learning. In a few years, in 2017, I think, the FDA approved something like 350 different artificial intelligence machine learning modules that were mainly used in radiology. This is an MRI picture taken 10 years ago, 2014. This is the 1.5 Tesla MRI, which is still currently being used by most hospitals across the kingdom. The 3 Tesla is available in a number of hospitals, including in Shemaisi, we use it. And that one is the 7 Tesla. The issue with MRIs is that you need to have a very powerful magnet. And the stronger the magnet, the smaller the area in which you can screen. So that's the technical issue that they're working on. But you can see the difference between all of these images. So what is it helping us with? Essentially, what Dr. Aselwa mentioned, the artificial intelligence will be able to look at the images. It will give us a very accurate insight into what this lesion could be. They are coming close to, if not exceeding, the capabilities of physicians, of neuroradiologists in picking up all these different lesions. With that, you will be able to plan your decision in treatment. This only not affects the medications, but also surgeries and mental health and other issues that we're talking about. Dr. Aselwa mentioned algorithm. There are 2 types of algorithm that you have. You have the regular algorithm, and then you have the artificial intelligence algorithm. And what it does is that normal algorithm just analyzes the data as is, without intervening, without predicting, without coming into minute details, whereas an artificial intelligence algorithm will actually predict what is happening and try to move like this small robot, which is trying to cover the subject or the patient or with the umbrella during the rain. These are the devices that were approved, the artificial intelligence, and you can see most of it was given to radiology, which covers most of these specialties. Neurology and cardiology are there as well, in addition to a number of other specialties that have been mentioned. I think we spoke about this. It also helps us in error reduction. This is a publication that was published in 2020, talking about the significant amount of error reduction by utilizing artificial intelligence. Let's talk about medical chatbots. Chatbots are these small programs that do it automatically. You see it in WhatsApp, you see it in Telegram, you see it now with with ChatGPT. What they do is this is from WhatsApp. They work around the clock. They give you answers. They help you, guide you. They even play the role of PR and other issues. These are the chatbot uses in medical field, providing information, support, appointments, collecting patients' information. A very famous chatbot that we have is the airport, or at least Riyadh Airport. They have this chatbot on WhatsApp. You send in the flight number and it will keep you updated on what is happening, if the flight is delayed, and and the flight lands and so on. Okay, I think we've covered that. These are just examples of different chatbots that are available on the internet. If you would like to Google them, you can see what they can provide. Some of them are used by oncologists, and like the last one over there. This is a website called Symptom A. It's for free. We have paid solutions that are like this. What you do is you enter your data, and the more data that you enter, the better solutions it will give you. For example, this is a patient with epilepsy. More information you provide, the more accurate diagnosis it will get. You have paid solutions that are similar to this one, but we will not go into the details of those. So the race has started, as we've mentioned from before. This is another platform called Nile AI. This is essentially an epilepsy diary, which is again available online for free. You can always Google it and try to use it. Maybe it will be helpful as well, in addition to the other medical diaries that we have. Let's talk about medical wearables. Again, the list is large, so let's focus on the neuroscience. These are different devices that are in the process of seeing the light, hopefully soon, to be able to predict the occurrence of seizures. And we're not just talking about picking up movements and telling the patient that you have a seizure, telling the caregiver that the patient has a seizure. We want to move to the next level where the device will be able to predict the occurrence of a seizure through artificial intelligence algorithm, so that before even the seizure occurs, the person knows that there's going to have a seizure. And this is one of those devices that has been in the market and are being used for some time. Do you know what this device is? This is the vagal nerve stimulation device, which is a small device that is implanted just beneath the chest, and the electrodes go around the vagal nerve. They predict if the patient has a seizure, and they can help in preventing or breaking the seizure. There are other advances in this field. They are now have been approved for patients with depression, but of course they have a criteria for that. The patient has to fail at least 4 antidepressants before going on to be able to use this device. The history of wearables goes back as old as back as 1760, when the first wearable device was essentially to count the footsteps, and then came EKG, after that EEG, and then the different wearables came about. These are some of the wearables. Of course, most of us knows what this device is. The main focus, if you can see, we have EEG, which is now one of the wearable devices that is connected by telemedicine, and the data is analyzed somewhere else. I think Ministry of Health has already started this process of doing remote EEGs to different patients. We have EMGs, in addition to the whole list of other wearable devices that is there. There is an interesting, of course, this is AlHasa, a publication in neurology predicting what could be happening in 2030. Of course, this is just to stimulate your reading. This is an interesting wearable device that was approved 6 months back by the FDA. It is essentially a small device that depends on stimulating the electrical circuit of our system to be able to control remotely the tremors. It has made a good success in the essential tremors, not so much for Parkinson's disease, unfortunately. But again, it's still in the making. It's covered by the insurance, so I think more and more people are be able to use this small watch-like device. Let's just touch on this, the implication of the implantable devices for severe paralysis. It's still in the research phase. They have patients, something like 10 different patients who are going through this. The results are not out yet, but they're not, you have to take it with a grain of salt. It's still in the beginning. The Times Magazine every year publishes the best innovation. This year their focus was essentially on artificial intelligence, and they covered a number of topics on that. It's there. It's a good read. Let's talk about brain augmentation. I talked about this at the beginning of my talk. The brain augmentation is something that humans have thought of for at least 200-300 years. They've tried different mechanisms to try to enhance our thinking capabilities. And you have two ways of doing it. Either you open up the skull and put something in, or you stimulate it from outside, right? So Elon Musk was not the first one to try this. However, he has gained popularity, you know how he speaks, and his device has finally been approved by the FDA, and they have now people lining up to be able to implant this device. It's a very scary concept. What it does, he has this robot that opens up the skull, puts in a very small electrode, it's as small as a button or a small coin, with very tiny wires, 10 times thinner than the human hair, so that they go into the different parts of the brain, and hopefully they will be able to capture the impulses, send it to your smartphone. You were speaking about smartphone, where the data is analyzed, and then back again into the brain, and it gives you the signal. So that is one device. This is another device which has been there for at least 40, 50 years maybe, but again, improvement is rapid on it. This is the deep brain stimulation device, which was essentially used for tremors and Parkinson's disease. However, it has been approved for dystonia and lately epilepsy, and hopefully soon it will be used for depression. It has been approved for obsessive compulsive disorders. The problem with it, if you want to treat mood and thinking and stability, the main side effects of this device include memory loss, mood changes, and whatnot. The success has been more in younger patients, whereas the technology is needed mostly by elderly patients. So this is one way of augmenting the brain facility. What if we do it without opening the brain? Can we augment? And the concept of non-invasive brain augmentation has been there. People are now talking about it. And we have these different ways where people are trying to put into use on how can we try to play with our brain, if you would like to call it that. The first two is the transcranial direct current stimulation versus the transcranial alternative current stimulation devices. This is, again, one of those non-invasive augmented brain augmentation. This is just a very good image of one of these devices and how these wires placed on top of the head can in fact help. This is another device which uses the direct current, which direct current is essentially البطارية. So DC, direct current, a battery that would hopefully one day be able to augment. What are we talking about? We're talking about a number of implications. Different publications have been there to try to help us with managing stroke, epilepsy, ADHD, Tourette syndrome, autism, depression, schizophrenia, also. And the list continues, right? Rehabilitation, communication, decision-making, stimulation of awareness, complex problems. The issue with and of course there's a lot of money being funded for this. I did not mention or go into or even touch upon the issue of weaponization. So there are different studies that are not being published. Hopefully we will at least make some use of it for our medical field. So this is the list. It's a huge list. I'll just give you a minute to go over it. So the future is there. The future is there. We're talking about evolution. Just like smartphones 25 years ago were just, I mean, the most fancy one was iMate and Palm, if you remember those. And we had these normal Nokia phones. Now we have these smartphones which have become an integral part of our life. They were very expensive. They are becoming cheaper and becoming more dependable on our daily life. Hopefully in the future we will have different types of advances. Some of these things that are there in the pipeline will come in. What pipeline? These are the things that we talked about. The list is huge. Hopefully someday we will be able to utilize these different devices into a more polished product. Just to give you a picture, I'll be finishing soon. This is a picture of, the blue ones mean these things are there in the field, they're being used in clinical practice. The yellow ones are in the testing field. The red ones are still in the lab. And the gray ones are nowhere near implication. The list continues. We're talking about next generation.
Excuse me, 5 minutes.
Sure. The next generation neuropharmacology, I touched upon in the beginning on the 3D printing. Medications can be printed by 3D technology. We saw during the COVID crisis how dependable we have become on China, surprisingly for everything in terms of medicine, even antibiotics and whatnot. So hopefully we will be able to print them by 3D technology. We will have all these different neuroprosthesis, the biofeedback that we talked about. We have so much to look forward to. Hopefully in our near future, I'll be happy to answer any question regarding these different topics that I touched upon, if you would like to, during the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Actually, this is a very interesting talk. I can see the neuroscience finally enjoyable. Yeah, sure. Now moving on to the next session where we have Dr. Mohammed Bassiouni. He will talk about the protection tools of the invasive meningococcal diseases. Dr. Mohammed Bassiouni, he is a consultant pediatrician at AlHasa Specialist Hospital. He is a graduate of Tanta College of Medicine and he has an MD in the pediatric medicine. He is a publisher of many articles and a member of a lot of national and international societies. Dr. Mohammed.
Good morning, everybody. Today, inshallah, I will present a topic about invasive meningococcal disease protection updates. Neisseria meningitidis, often referred to meningococcus or as meningococcus, is a gram-negative bacterium that can cause meningitis and other forms of meningococcal disease such as meningococcemia, which is a life-threatening sepsis. The polysaccharide capsule is key in determining virulence. 12 groups have been identified based on the structure of their polysaccharide capsule. Only 6 subgroups can cause human disease or invasive meningococcal disease, namely A, B, C, W, X, and Y. The problem in the invasive meningococcal disease, its seriousness comes from it is easily misdiagnosed because early symptoms resemble common viral illnesses, and also the course of the disease is very rapid and can progress to death within 24 to 48 hours, with a high mortality rate reaching up to 50% in infancy, especially in infancy, and without treatment, the mortality may reach up to 50%, and even with treatment, the mortality ranges between 8 and 15%. Still, invasive meningococcal disease have a higher rate of mortality in comparison with other vaccine preventable diseases. 10% of the patients suffering from invasive meningococcal disease have severe sequelae, increasing up to 50% in infants. And more than 30% of the patients experience other sequelae, like psychological and behavioral sequelae, including anxiety, learning difficulties, emotional and behavioral difficulties. Sorry. Physical complications or severe physical affection like amputations, skin gangrene, and renal failure, and also neurological deficits like hearing loss, seizures, motor deficits, cognitive problems, and visual problems. The invasive meningococcal disease during infancy or childhood is likely to result in more sequelae and with worse severity than those occurring in adolescents or adults. The incidence of serogroups varies worldwide. The incidence of serogroup or the predominance of the serogroup differs from country to country and even from continent to continent. The most important is what's called African meningitis belt with the predominance of serogroup C. This belt is in the sub-Saharan region in countries extending from Senegal in the west of Africa to Ethiopia in the east of Africa. Also, Group C is common the most common in Colombia and in Brazil. Group B is the most common in Canada, United States, Argentina, South Africa, Europe, and Turkey, and also in Australia and New Zealand, and come in the second rank in Brazil. The situation is different in Saudi Arabia. We have the first rank coming with serogroup W, then serogroup A, and the serogroup B comes in the third position. The epidemiology of the invasive meningococcal disease depends on also the incidence of the meningococcal infection worldwide. Again, the most important and the highest incidence of invasive meningococcal disease occurs in the African belt of meningitis, Egypt and Morocco. Then comes in the incidence in the other North African countries and Australia. Lesser incidence in United States, Canada, and Europe and Brazil, and Saudi Arabia is one of the least incidences worldwide. Invasive meningococcal disease remains an important public health threat at the Hajj and Umrah mass gatherings for a number of reasons. The first reason is risk. These events represent many of risk factors for invasive meningococcal disease with pilgrims coming from over 180 different countries with varying disease epidemiology and dominant serogroups. The second reason is that not all the serogroups are covered by vaccination. Current Hajj and Umrah meningococcal disease preventative measures don't protect against all invasive serogroups and don't necessarily affect carriage and transmission. This means that the events are susceptible to outbreaks of disease due to serogroups that not included in the required vaccines, such as serogroup B and serogroup X. Third reason is the unpredictable epidemiology. The invasive meningococcal disease is an evolving disease with diverse and varying geographic trends and characterized by fluctuations in incidence and shifts in serogroups and genotypes. This is partly driven by the extensive genetic exchange among the Neisseria meningitidis strains. The fourth reason is the limited surveillance. Limited data is available on serogroup-specific meningococcal disease incidence and burden in many countries and regions of the world, particularly in Southeast Asia and North Africa and Middle East regions, where most of the Hajj and Umrah pilgrims originate from. This makes it difficult to monitor the incidence of the disease and to predict the changes in its epidemiology in pilgrims' countries. Neisseria meningitidis, or the serogrouping of Neisseria meningitidis during Hajj and Umrah is studied by many Saudi doctors and Saudi centers. The most important one and the largest one was conducted and published by Dr. Ziad Memish on 2017, which is the largest study of the epidemiology in Neisseria meningitidis among pilgrims. The study showed a significant difference in the carriage between pilgrims from high endemicity and other pilgrims with predominance of serogroup B. They recommended to continue the use of ciprofloxacin as prophylactic antibiotic, and also they recommend to introduce vaccination against the serogroup B. Again, this is the incidence of the serogrouping, or the serogroup, various serogroups in Saudi Arabia from 1995 until 2012, with the including the outbreak of meningitis that happened on 2001. Again, group W, then group A, and lastly group B are the most common serogroups. Regarding the burden of invasive meningococcal disease age group, it occurs mainly in infants, and this burden varies from country to country, reaching up to 90% in the United Kingdom. The peak incidence of the serogroup B meningococcal disease is highest in the first year of life. Then another peak, smaller peak, happened near the adolescence and before adulthood at the age of 15 to 24 age. Even in the first year, there is another peak that happened almost within at the age of 5 months, and also it depends on the whatever the serogroups, mainly the group B, they are the same. The peak incidence happened at the age of 5 months. The situation of meningitis serogroup B in our region, Arab region, and Turkey, is the same almost, including incidence of very high incidence of serogroup B in Morocco, 95%, Algeria, 59%, Tunisia, 80%, Egypt, 50%, even in Kuwait, 32%, especially at the time of the outbreak in 2002, Iraq, 77% and 65% in Turkey. This is another graph informing us about the incidence of the serogroups, confirming that, again, third most frequent serogroup in Saudi Arabia is group B after the group A and group W, which comes in the first position. The previous slide was about the incidences between until the event of 2011. From 2013, the serogrouping of the cases in Saudi Arabia was not routine. Although many cases may be considered and they are put in the statistical Saudi Arabia statistical yearbook, but unfortunately the serogrouping is not routine. So few cases are only serogrouped. So what we know about the meningococcal B serogroup in Saudi Arabia, data confirms that meningococcal B exists in Saudi Arabia and is the third most common frequent serogroup. And multiple studies show that serogroup B is being imported and exported into Saudi Arabia by Hajj and Umrah. And according to the MOH surveillance system, meningococcal disease still exists, despite the fact that they have well implemented the quadrivalent vaccination in the national immunization program for multiple years. Now, what about the innovation in the meningococcal vaccines or meningococcal vaccination? The first vaccination, the current vaccination about the four A, C, W, and serogroups depends on the polysaccharides or capsular polysaccharides of the meningococcus. Unfortunately, for there was a problem for creating the same vaccine or the same technology against group or serogroup B because of the weak immunogenicity of the polysaccharide capsule of the serogroup B, and also there is a problem of antigenic mimicry with the neuronal, human neuronal cells, and fear of neurological complications if they utilize the same technique for making the vaccine against group B. So they are using another technique, or they used another new technique. It is not so new. They started the trials on 2000s, the year of 2000s, by Dr. Rino Rappioli. He's a famous microbiologist, and he started to create the new vaccine against the B serogroup using a new technology called reverse vaccinology. So for more than 200 years, vaccination has been a very effective tool to prevent infectious disease. Nevertheless, conventional methods have failed to provide efficient vaccines against the majority of infectious pathogens. And recent advances in biotechnology allowed sequencing the genomes of several microorganisms, and the use of genomic approach has revolutionized vaccine development. This new approach has been named as reverse vaccinology. It begins with analysis of the genome sequences and uses bioinformatics tools to allow scientists to identify the most probable antigens as candidates for a vaccine. These antigens are selected on the basis of the prediction of their secreted or membrane structures. They are cloned and analyzed in order to confirm their cellular location in vitro and to evaluate their immunogenic and protective capacity using animal models. This technology has been successfully used for the first time with Neisseria meningitidis, serogroup B, opening the way for its application with other pathogens like the human immunodeficiency virus. And as I said, this started in the year of 2000 by Dr. Rappioli. They used the subcapsular protein components, 4 subcapsular protein components to create the new vaccine, namely the factor H binding protein, and this binds factor H, and thereby enabling bacterial survival in the blood. The second factor, or the second component, is the Neisseria adhesin A that mediates binding to and entry into the human epithelial cells. Third component was Neisseria heparin binding antigen. It binds heparin, and which may promote bacterial survival in the blood. The fourth component was porin A, which is a major outer membrane vesicle protein, and this induces strain-specific bactericidal response. The presence of these multiple antigens may provide synergistic killing and improve strain coverage. The old vaccines, including A, C, W, and Y, unfortunately did not cover even partially the protection, or did not give even partial protection against serogroup B. This is a big study in Brazil, almost for 11 years, confirmed that even with the vaccination against the C subgroup, which is the most common in Brazil, did not have an impact on the incidence of meningococcal B serogroup infection. On the other hand, with the new technology and this new 4-component meningococcal B vaccine, there was a cross-reactivity between the new vaccine, or the serogroup B vaccine, and other serogroups, and they found that the 4-component meningococcal B vaccine can induce bactericidal antibodies against genetically representative meningococcal Y, W, Y, and X strains, and also to somewhat, but in different susceptibilities, against group C. This is another study performed in Spain for almost 4 years, testing for also the effectiveness of meningococcal group B vaccine against other serogroups. They found that complete vaccination with meningococcal B vaccination with the new vaccine, 4-component meningococcal B vaccine, was found to be effective in preventing invasive disease by serogroup B and other non-serogroup meningococci in children under the age of 5 years. Regarding the efficacy of the 4-component meningococcal B vaccine in preventing or decreasing the incidence of the invasive meningococcal disease, it varies as low as 75% in England and as high as 96% reduction of the disease incidence in Quebec. Many studies were conducted on the new vaccine with the 4 components, almost including or testing more than 10,000 individuals. They found great safety in various age groups, including infancy, toddlers, children, and adolescents and adults. The CDC recommended meningococcal B vaccination for the following groups, or the following patients, or following individuals at risk. like infants younger than 1 year old, adolescents and young adults 16 through 23 years old, people at risk because of outbreak of meningitis in their community. For people 10 years or older who are at increased risk for serogroup B meningococcal disease, including people at risk because of the serogroup B meningococcal disease outbreak, or anyone whose spleen is damaged or has been removed, including patients with sickle cell disease, or anyone with complement component deficiency, or taking medication that affect the complement component, and also for the microbiologists who routinely work with isolates of Neisseria meningitidis. The four-component meningococcal B vaccine is introduced in many countries, starting from the UK, and as early as the age of, they started at age of 2 months, and then they have other countries followed UK. It is included in the national immunization programs in many European countries like Austria, Greece, Czech, Ireland, Italy, Malta, and Portugal. The simplest dosing schedule of the four-component meningococcal B vaccine depends on the age. Between 2 months and 2 years of age, the candidate should receive a primary immunization of 2 doses, 2 months apart, followed by a booster dose that depends on the primary dose, but at least to be 6 months from the second the second primary immunization dose, and after 2 years, 2 doses only are needed 1 month apart. In summary, in spite of appropriate treatment, meningococcal disease can progress rapidly, often having devastating and life-threatening effects. The diversity of meningococcal serogroups and serogroup distribution varies by countries, and meningococcal B disease is predominant in different countries, and the burden of meningococcal B disease is greatest in infants and remains important in adolescents. Changing epidemiology underscores the need for broadly protective vaccines and for the development of four-component meningococcal B vaccine. A multi-component approach was needed. The reverse vaccinology is a genomic-based approach that allows rapid identification of new vaccine candidates. And lastly, the four-component meningococcal B vaccine, the first broad-spectrum vaccine against meningococcal B serogroup, was developed using this new technology and contains 4 antigenic components. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dr. Samir Al-Abadi. Dr. Samir is consultant neonatologist at AlHasa Private Hospital. Dr. Samir obtained his Bachelor of Medicine from King Faisal University. Dr. Samir is a member of Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health. He is a holder of Saudi Specialty Certificate of Pediatrics, Riyadh Armed Forces Hospital, Certificate of Arab Board of Pediatrics, Jordanian Board of Pediatrics, and Canadian Neonatal Perinatal Fellowship from University of Cagliari and University of Toronto. Dr. Samir will present to us a topic about technologies for neonatal care. Let's welcome Dr. Samir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I'm honored to be here today, and I'm very thankful for the AlHasa group and organizing this committee for this wonderful gathering. And I also would like to thank my wife, my daughter, and my beautiful daughter to this presentation. I'm going to talk today about the neonatal care. I have nothing to disclose. As you know, we have many technologies in neonatal care. I chose 7 of them, and I grouped them into 2 groups. One group, I think, you will be they're going to have a clinical impact and benefit, or maybe use it as a new innovation, or maybe maybe only represent over-engineering, or maybe it has social problem if we apply to our or into bias. From my presentation, I think you will figure out which is in the good group and which is maybe in bad group. The neurologist and adult cardiologist from University of Virginia, he came up with an idea. Why we stop the heart rate of the baby after delivery? Obstetrician, they measure the heart rate by the device we call CTG. So why after delivery we don't continue the same and monitor the heart rate? And they choose one of the objects is sepsis. And why they choose the sepsis? Because when you have a sepsis, then you have inflammatory reaction and you have inflammatory molecules. And one of them is interleukins. And interleukins might affect the SA node, and that will change the heart pattern of the patient. So they said, okay, let's go and observe the heart rate in number, what will happen. So they found that in the left side, normally the baby, when they are normal, the heart rate will just have many small deceleration and many small acceleration. And when they transfer this into algorithm in histogram, it represents a very nice histogram, which is normal distributed. But 6 hours before infection, they found the beautiful variability is lost, and there is a very short and deep deceleration, which is be rapidly corrected, and the beautiful histogram, normally distributed, will be left-sided tailed. So they said, okay, our idea is working, and we have now something. So they said, okay, let's now go and make it some mechanically useful and the physician can rely on. So what they have, they score the variability and they develop algorithm where they can measure the loss of variability, the very deep deceleration, and they give it a number. And when they follow about 1,000 patients, they said, yes, we noticed that if the score less than 1 or 1, that means the patient is safe. He will, in the coming 24 hours, there is no risk of sepsis and there is nothing to worry about. But if the score more than 2, then there is increased fold of the risk. And the risk could be death, could be infection, like sepsis or UTI. Now, as Prof. Salwa said in the morning, we have excellent now physician, we have excellent technologists, and we need to bring them together. For me as an ordinary physician, of course, you don't expect me to spend hours to go and read the heart rate and see if it's dips or change or calculate the score. It's not practical and hard. So what they came out, let's bring a machine that will extract the data from the monitor, analyze it, and give me a score, and just finish the other duties. So they came out what we call it HERO monitor. HERO monitor, HERO stands for heart rate observation. So this monitor will extract the data from usual monitor. They will not touch anything extra to the patient. They will take the heart rate from the monitor, analyze it, and display the score every hour. Now, as I said earlier, if the score 1 and below, then the patient is okay. When the score is above 1 and the maximum is 7, then you need to take an action. And they have validated the score, and it's worked very nicely.
Now, as physician, we don't convince about observational study. We need to know, we need to have randomized controlled trial. So in 2004, they start to, this is a randomized controlled trial, to measure the effectiveness of HERO score or heart rate characteristic changes. So they were able to recruit 3,003 very low birth weight infant, I mean babies less than 1.5 kilogram, and they randomized them into two groups. One group where the HERO score were displayed to the treatment team, and the other group where the score were hidden. So after they ran the study, they found it's very useful. The mortality rate reduced in the HERO score group by 20%, which is really a huge amount of reduction. And they found also they can diagnose late sepsis in neonate by 60 hours in average earlier if you use HERO score. And more beautifully, that the babies that they have a true infection diagnosed by blood culture, they could reduce the mortality by 40%. Why that? Because the early detection of sepsis. In simple statistical terminology, what is the number need to treat? If you use the score for less than 1.5 kilo, then you need to observe 48 patients to prevent one death. If you take care of less than 1 kilo, then you need to observe 23 patients to prevent one death. So from the study, it has concluded that HERO monitor is something useful, and you need to use it to identify late sepsis earlier than the patient become very sick. Like any modalities and technologies, there is something we need to know also. Maybe you can use it as a drawback. HERO score will not increase only in sepsis. It will increase in if there is respiratory disease without infection. It would increase also in some medication. It will increase with a brain injury and neck. Now, maybe you will consider this a contamination of the sepsis idea, but I found it is beautiful. Why? Because now we can use HERO score to anticipate extubation of the patient, and also we can use it to anticipate the brain injury. And research is going on to use HERO score for respiratory, for extubation, and for qualifying the brain injury. Just to say, not to say only the positive thing, a systematic review conducted to evaluate the HERO score. And because there is only one randomized controlled trial, and because it's done only on a few centers, the systematic review thinking still there is time to generalize the HERO score. But I think it is a nice technology that we need to know. Now, just to conclude about HERO score, so if you have HERO score, what's the benefit of that? Of course, we have very sick patient, very bad patient, then you need to do what you're supposed to do. But if the patient is stable and HERO score was changed suddenly by increasing by 1 point or increase above 2, then here is alarming. You need to do something. That something could be more physical examination, could be more blood tests to help you to diagnosis, and you might need to start antibiotics. I will move to my next technology that I will going to present today. As you know, we have electrode for ECG, which is the usual one, usual electrode, where you need to clear the skin, you need to have a gel, you need to shave the skin. Now, there is another technology called a dry electrode. What I mean by dry, that you don't need to have a gel, and you don't need to do any skin caring. You just apply it to the patient, and the machine will give you the ECG. So this technology was used in adult, then moved to the neonate. As you know, in the station, we measure the heart rate either by auscultation or by touching the umbilical cord. And if you are in very nice center, then you have the pulse oximetry. It will stick it on the right arm of the baby. Then you have the pulse oximetry heart rate. This will take time because sometimes the machine needs to identify the heart rate and need to calibrate itself. And sometimes if the patient is poorly perfused, you will not have good reading. So when they start to use a dry electrode, they invented the machine called a new beat. A new beat as the brace, you just put it in the torso of the baby, in the chest of the abdomen, and will give you the reading very quickly. The only down thing is we cannot use it below 0.8 kilogram. And did the study show it is beneficial? Yes. It is significantly less time you need to put it in the patient, and you have the reading. You might argue and say, but it is only second. I agree with you. It's only second shorter. But seconds is very important when you have a resuscitation. The other advantage, we are start to increase now skin-to-skin contact with the mothers. So after delivery, if you are worried about the baby, you can put that new bead and you give it to the mother, and you can monitor the heart rate without any wiring. The more thing now, most of the research now in developed countries where the heart rate is a variable, they use a new beat for that purposes. My third technology today is about PT and PTT. As you know, we have only PT and PTT in clinical practice to judge the coagulation of the babies. But this PT and PTT have shortcoming. For example, we know it's prolonged in the newborn, and we don't know what is the exactly reference range. It takes large volume to be done, like 2 mil, and 2 mil for baby less like 0.5 kilo is too much. It takes times until we have the result. And sometimes contamination with heparin because we use central line in that baby and we do sample of central lines. And the most importantly that I need to mention today is PT and BTT in the lab is run under temperature 37. And as you know, therapeutic hypothermia is a standard care. So if you draw a sample from the patient that I called for asphyxia and the baby temperature is 34, and you run the sample into 37, then the result will not be reliable. So to overcome all these disadvantages, the new technology called physicoelastic coagulation test. This is a point-of-care machine that has been developed to overcome all what I have said. So this machine is work in a new technology that you need only drop of a blood, like buoyant mill only. And you have very fast run time, about 15 minutes at the maximum. But the most beautiful thing is it will not measure only BT and BTT. It will measure how the thrombin will be developed and how that thrombin will be stabilized and when it dissolve. So it gives you really coagulation cascade and what's going on in the baby. So maybe you have BT is prolonged, but the platelet of the baby function is good, but the hematocrit is high. Maybe van Willebrand level is high in that baby. So you don't need to take an action because of this reading. And really, data showed that this machine is work very well for ECMO patient. The neonate that went under ECMO, and for the for cardiac surgery patient. In the neonate, still the data is developing, but all of the published data is reassuring. My fourth topic today will be delayed cord clamping. Delayed or deferred cord clamping is nobody questioning now its benefit. For in full-term babies, it will improve the neurological outcome. Why that? Because it improves the iron storage. So the iron deficiency anemia is less. So the neurological outcome at 18 to 2 years is better. And for a premature baby, it has been shown certainly that it will reduce mortality. That's why since 2011, the WHO started to recommend delayed cord clamping. And 2016, NRB adopted this recommendation. But if you can look to the slide, they recommended for vigorous baby. And how about a non-vigorous baby? And what we believe, non-vigorous baby, they need delayed clamping more than the full-term baby or a healthy baby. And because they recommend vigorous, that's why if you look to the incidence or prevalence of delayed clamping in very small babies is very low. So in the best place in the world where when they perform randomized control that we accept the best environment and everything is ideal, the rate of delayed cord clamping in babies less than 28 weeks is only about 30%. So there is a problem, we need to solve it here. And the technology take a place here, started from here through the design thinking. So they said, okay, we need to bring some idea. And what is it? We need to do intact cord resuscitation or stabilization. You need to stabilize and start your CPR while the cord is intact to the mother. That means you need to bring your machine, your instrument, your ambo bag, your station next to the mother. And to bring this next to the mother, they invented whether you call it Life Star or Concord or Moon. This about a trolley or cart will contain all what you need and come very close to the mother. If you don't have very sophisticated place, you cannot buy this machine. You can also do it locally by bringing a table, put a towel, and bring your thing manually. Now, you need to be very close to the mother. And this is the diagram showing how close you should be. So you need very close to the mother. Now, when you come closer to the mother in Western country, this is absolutely acceptable and maybe it's better. But in our community, maybe this is not acceptable. So I think if we have something from community came with the idea to build a curtain between the baby and the mother, it will be very wonderful. And even if you overcome this problem, you will face another problem that you need to have a solution, which is the umbilical cord. This trolley or cart, they found you need to be at least 50 centimeters away from the mother so the obstetrician can give care to the mother and you can give care to the baby. Now, if you look to this graph, the 5 centimeter cord will not be there until the baby is 34. That means below 34, he has a problem. Now, to assure you, the people that start to study this cord and start to apply this cord, they found, yes, was challenging when the cord less than 50 centimeters. But after they get trained and they know their machine better, they overcome and they start to do a station if the cord is only 30 centimeters. More importantly, they can use the same machine in the CSS. They sterilize the machine and they cover it with the sterilization and they can use it even in CS. My third topic is wireless or wearable. As you know, we try to encourage the kangaroo care in the NICU because it helps to improve the status of the health of the baby, better weight gain, better earlier discharge, and the most importantly is better neurological outcome. And to achieve that, you need to not to connect the patient to many wire. And one of them is beautifully the wireless. It's very baby-friendly a device that you can put it in the baby, and all the vital sign will be transferred to the monitor, and you can basically monitor the baby. And not only that, even remotely, you can put in the foot of the baby, and that machine device will record all the vital sign, which can be transferred to a monitor. Now, the drawback of these things is the patient privacy. This can be hacked by somebody and know all the data of the patient. I found this is very nice and beautiful. We know who didn't use pacifier for a baby. Now, they found that we can use a pacifier, we can put a sensor in the pacifier, we can modify the pacifier where we can measure how the babies can suck and how their strength of sucking, especially for cleft palate, for that they have poor sucking. If you start to do occupational therapy, how that will improve. And we know that from our endocrinologist people that they like to have continuous monitoring for blood sugar, which is invasive procedure that we cannot accept for a neonate. Through the pacifier, you can have continuous monitoring of a blood sugar. Not only blood sugar, even sodium and potassium. You can have it continuously monitored from a pacifier. It is very excellent innovation and idea, but the problem is it needs to be validated more and more for our babies. Cell phone, there is a lot of application that we use, and just to alert you, cell phone is carry a lot of bugs. So when you use them in the critical area, don't forget to disinfect your cell phone. Anyway, it has been used as telemedicine, like what Dr. Salwa said in the morning, but I'm going to concentrate on hyperbilirubinemia. Sorry. Yes. So many people created and developed application that they can measure the bilirubin by cell phone. And why that? Because they need to ask the mother to do it at home. And when we have the COVID crisis, they start to use it more. And if you look to these devices, there is something like a paper over the body of the babies. And this is, they call it calibration card. So in order to have the cell phone application or iPhone application, you need to have this card. This card will tell the iPhone the illumination around the baby, the skin reflection of the baby, so they will put it in algorithm and reflect the bilirubin. In the paper-wise and research-wise, it is correlated very well with the blood bilirubin. But a few years ago, the bill scan was free, and the card, you can print it in your home. I tried to use the bill scan with mothers that is highly educated, but believe me, all the result was not correlated at all. I don't know how come in the studies it is correlated very well, but in a practice is not correlated at all. Now, one of the problems I said is the calibration card. So Galaxy they built a new application that move calibration card from formula, aiming to improve the sensitivity. And it's published in Pediatric, and they found it's better than the transcutaneous monitor that we have. And really, this is, you need to look at it in biased eye. How come a device this will be better than the gold standard thing for that purposes? Anyway, because we heard today about learning device, deep learning machine, a group from King Saud University, they said, okay, let's start to do more sophisticated and use deep learning mechanism and develop a better application for measuring hyperbilirubinemia. And a few weeks ago, I contacted the author to see what happened, because the paper published in 2021. I want to know how far they went and what happened after that. And they told me nothing happened. They stopped at that point. So because they stopped at that point, I went back and went to show a very simple solution. You might have a rural with a graded color. You might have a card, and all this has been validated and very simple. So if you look to the devices that I told you, the application that I told you, and this simple method to measure the bilirubin at home, this will lead us to the concept called over-engineering. Now, what we mean over-engineering, you have a problem, and you can create a sophisticated solution for that, where you can very simply to solve it. I will say it in Arabic. So why you need to go all this around where you have this very simple solution? And the most excellent example about over-engineering, that maybe all of you heard of it, when they went to the moon, the American spent million to find a pen that will be work against without a gravity, whereas the Russian, they use a pencil. Now, the key message for you today, if you want to use technologies or whatever devices, and you want to solve the problem, don't take them arbitrarily. Go please through design thinking, quality improvement. And while you are taking these very academic activities, keep in mind the social value, and don't be deceived by over-engineering, and don't be biased. And I hope this slide is working. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samir, for being exactly on time. It was really enjoyable talk. Shukran. I would like to invite all the speakers, please, for the panel discussion. Okay, so we'll receive like a couple of questions for the term of the time. So if anyone have a question? Anyone has a question, please raise your hand. Okay, yeah, please. Dr.
Abbas. Dr. Abbas Al-Amran from Almana Hospital. I am a neonatologist, and my question is to Professor. I have a question to Professor Selwa regarding the need for pharmacology service at the Thank you very much. Dr. AlHasa, I'm a neurologist, and I have the honor to work with Dr. Selwa before in Riyadh. And the question is, we have problems still with examining and screening the babies for retinopathy of prematurity at the NICU. Are we on the way of using artificial intelligence to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I was sitting next to Dr. May, and we were discussing the retinopathy of prematurity. My passion, being a retinologist, almost 28 years ago, I did the protocol for the examination of retinopathy of prematurity. Nobody was doing their eye exam except King Faisal Specialist Hospital. We were actually getting patients, I'll never forget, from Aramco, because unfortunately they were using the cryo, and I had come from Johns Hopkins, that's where I trained my 3-year fellowship, using laser. So I will tell you, now that we have perfected the artificial intelligence screening and diagnosis in diabetes, and I just showed May, now we are going to use the portable. If we can succeed in the portable camera for the diabetics, we're doing it as a home health care. If I can succeed, because I cannot start on an infant, you never do trials on an infant, you do trials on people that are healthy and walking. So if I can succeed in doing using the portable camera in the diabetic retinopathy, sending it to this, I promise, May, we just applied for the, I don't know if you guys know, they call it RIDIA, the Research Development Innovation Authority. We just applied, and maybe I shouldn't be saying this like Sibna al-Ain, but we just applied for the 20 million Riyal grant. If we get that on we actually have 26 diseases. I'm going to be talking about that. One of the diseases is retinopathy of prematurity. And I told you, it's close to my heart because I was the first one that did the protocol. So yes, we are looking into ROP. Right now they have succeeded in telemedicine. I'm not a fan of telemedicine. Inshallah, we will be able to perfect it as artificial intelligence, be the first in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and hopefully be the pioneers in the digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent question and excellent satisfying answer. Any other question?
Yes, this side. I'm Dr. Nadeed Bakhit. I'm consultant pediatrician. Thank you all the team for the nice presentations that you have presented. I'm Dr. Nadeed, consultant pediatrician. Thank you all the team for the presentations. My question is to Dr. Samir, and maybe the rest of the presenters can share in the answer. I'm asking about the implementation of these nice technologies that we heard about them since the morning. Regarding time and facilities. For example, if I could bring the ECG monitor for my babies, can I implement it and depend on it immediately, or I need more evidence and more supportive medical community around me so I can judge the results of these devices?
Thank you for this question. I think you are asking is how you are sure to use, for example, the HERO monitor. Do we have enough evidence to apply it? If you looked from evidence, yes, we have evidence. If it is applied in places, yes, maybe more than now, 100 units in the North America, they are adopted. So from that part, I think we finished. How easy to use it is very easy. This monitor is connect to your monitor and extract the data from your monitor and give you the score. So I think we finished from the clinical part, And from the logistic part, it is easy. How expensive? I don't know. Do you need to take an approval from your administrative? The HERO score is approved by FDA, but I'm not aware if it's approved by Saudi FDA. But I know a few months ago, the companies, they have representative here now in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. So I presume that also approved by Saudi FDA. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. So I think by far we successfully conclude the first session of this amazing conference. Thank you, your audience, for your attendance, and thank you for our speakers. I'd like to invite our speakers for the Appreciation Award as acknowledging for your successful achievement delivering these lectures. دكتورة سلوى الهزاع. دكتور بليغ علي. دكتور محمد بسيون.
حلو ما شاء الله. ده حلو.
Last but not least, دكتور سمير العبدي. Okay, and that was me. Thank you. Alone. Okay, now we're inviting you for a small quiz. Will be conducted by our team over there.
Program director, I'm not part of my resident, so please just scan the barcode, and the one who will answer right and faster, there will be a gift for you. So good luck, all of you.
So the winner is Abrar Al-Awami. Would you please come over here?
في الابلكيشنز اللي تصور بالجوال تحط العدسه على الرسم. اوكي شوف تكنولوجي.
Thank you so much. Now we're inviting you for a short break, only for 10 minutes, and we're joining back for session number 2. Thank you so much.
الله يرضى عليك.
the Down syndrome and improving their quality of life. There is nothing to be disclosed and no conflict of interest.
As we know, the Down syndrome, this is genetic, causes some, it's extra chromosome 21. This is either caused by the unbalanced translocation or non-disjunction. And this influencing the cognitive and physical health of
Here, we have the chance with Down syndrome, either cognitive development, individuals Down syndrome may face
as in cognitive development, going slower learning, speech difficulties, memory-related issues. And healthcare access, in some cases it doesn't have the access with good health services. This especially
and misconception to create more inclusive and support the environment of individuals Down syndrome. Let's see the artificial intelligence definition is referred to stimulation of human intelligence processed by machine, such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. The capabilities of this one, AI system can analyze complex data,
better and make decisions. They have the potential to perform tasks like a human being. So what is the current application of AI?
In pediatrics, either diagnostic tools or predictive analytics based on genetic and environmental lifestyle factors, imaging analysis. I have been working in contact with such cases for radiology. I have like AI report for the radiologist, helping especially in the emergency cases, and telemedicine and customized treatment plan according to the personalized for each patient. Let's go for how is the impact of the AI with Down syndrome. This is started from the beginning. This is for
the diagnosis either prenatal or postnatal. The AI and the machine learning models in Down syndrome diagnosis, enhancing the traditional diagnostics. He analyzed the clinical data, genetic information, and medical history. Machine learning algorithms to improve the detection accuracy and efficacy, and reducing the false positive unnecessary intervention. Predictive models integrate all the risk factors like maternal age, biochemical markers, ultrasound data. ML provides a sophisticated risk assessment for precise counseling. So let's start now with the prenatal diagnosis, what's called here ER-powered non-invasive prenatal testing. As you know, all of you, that we make a diagnosis for the cases Down syndrome prenatally by ultrasonography beside of amniocentesis or coronary villus sampling. And this new technique helping in diagnosing in the first trimester, especially from the 11 to 14 weeks of gestation. So researchers developed a model for non-invasive screening of Down syndrome using the ultrasound image. Why do you invest such things? Because it's a cost beneficial, and beside of that is non-invasive. And it is as early as on, can help the family to end and even termination of pregnancy or not. Traditional ultrasound method offer less than 80% detection accuracy for Down syndrome. Use of invasive procedure like villus biopsy and amniocentesis is not preferable in such a case. So, as you can see, here's a study utilized convolutional neural network with the deep learning. How this one developed? It came from two hospitals in China, making like a data flow from the all images done for big numbers of cases with normal and down cases. Ultrasonography done for them before prenatally. So the study utilized convolutional neural network with a deep learning to identify features in ultrasound image indicating Down syndrome. They use multiple level class activation mapping. The class activation mapping was used to interpret the deep learning model, highlight the areas of focus in the ultrasound image. Let's see how this is done. This is a flow chart. This is a flow chart from two hospitals, Obgyn Obstetric and Peking, and the other hospital is Hong. There's some. Sorry. So there's a problem technical. Yes. Yes. So they use, for example, let's say they use a number of cases like 1,047 cases of Down syndrome diagnosed blatantly with ultrasonography, and the others normals in the same number. After that, with multiple follow-up with ultrasound blatantly, they showed many pictures with deep layer analyzing for all these pictures, and they found at the end they make multiple deep layers identification for the perimeter ultrasound for and they have a bulk of data by which it is put in the convolutional neural network, and by this way it can be used for diagnosis prenatally and with accuracy more than 15% like the conventional one. So this non-invasive screening model constructed for Down syndrome in early pregnancy is significantly superior to the existing commonly used manual labeling markers, improving prediction accuracy more than 15%, and superior to the current conventional invasive screening method for Downs based on maternal serum. This is a technique. He cared about nuchal translucency. Here's the trisomy 21. It was like 3.3 millimeters, and the normal one 1.8. We use multiple level cases activation mapping was gathered from the huge number of patients analyzed, either the control and case group and control group. And both of them, they analyze the normal pictures of the ultrasound for normal fetus and the other one for the Down syndrome case. DI integration with the prenatal scan enhanced the accuracy and machine learning models for the other congenital anomalies with Down syndrome and improved precision. Let's go a postnatal diagnosis for Down syndrome. Once you deliver benefit features, we all of us go for karyotype, but in some not always don't have the facility for such things. But we use some mobile application helping with that. This is called Down syndrome identification method utilizing facial image and deep convolutional neural network. And the proposed this one training algorithm contains 3 steps. Image processing start from the raw image and pre-processing Down syndrome identification network. After that, it is classified either healthy or Down syndrome. It came with accuracy 95%. We have phase 2 gene. I think some of you know about this application. It is in my mobile. All congenital anomalies I bought in the phase of simulation, and after that I have a differential diagnosis, and by this way I can go for specific genetic study for such cases. This is analyzing and showing the deep convolutional neural network using the data flow. This is this arrow showing the flow of data. The main term here is the eye and the mouse. You can see that this is more hyper intensity here. After that, the flow in the network showing the patient has a Down syndrome. It's also the same way, and with different kind of either anomalies or congenital malformation. AI-powered learning enhancement. AI used to enhance cognitive abilities in individuals with Down syndrome. This is for dealing and management any case with Down syndrome. Techniques applied utilization of neural network also, artificial neural network and decision trees. Cognitive trait analysis, AI helps in analyzing and improving latent mental capabilities. Enhanced learning and social skills leads to better social interaction, learning abilities, lifestyle improvement, and quality of life also. These we have wearable devices help in tracking vital signs, alert any health changes, and pattern analysis. We have to type in the education for Down syndrome, also adaptive learning and interactive educational games. Let's go to the first one. This is new innovations called Toolkit applications by VoiceIt. It's AI driving speech recognitions. Some unintelligible sounds and converting it to clear sounds. This sometimes unintelligible sounds known by the families, but the stranger doesn't know what the child meaning. But using this application it will help. And this beneficial for Down syndrome, who often have speech impairment, making difficult for them to be understood by others. Validated in multi-country trials to ensure the applicability and effectiveness across different environment, language, and user groups. So the impact, Toolkit applications significantly improved the communication abilities, adaptive behavior in individuals with Down syndrome. Let's go for the robot company for children with Down syndrome. We have to report either Casper or Ironic, and we're used to a child with Down syndrome and develop and improve social skills. The study involved different interactive games scenario with robots aimed at facilitating interaction and engagement. The study is about like 6 months. 3 months they try Casper and 3 months Ironic. This is Casper. This is a robot was developed by Adaptive System Research Group at the University of Hertfordshire and has been used to improve and encourage the development of communication, social skills of children with special needs. As you can see, there is a robot. He uses many emotions and interactions and even the feedback with Down syndrome to help him how to have good social interaction with others. We have this hero, Jordan Gutierrez, participation in the clinical research. He has case of has a story of the mother knows that her baby is Down syndrome at 17 weeks of gestation. She decided to continue, but she split up from her partners. He found after birth he has congenital heart disease, and he did operation before 1 year of age. After that, he became dependent on mechanical ventilator and big insertion and feeding by a tube. After that, he even discharged in that way. Then, time by time, weaned from the ventilations and now taken orally well. The mother helped him that let him be involved in many multiple studies in UC Davis Mind institutions. One such study involves the early communication and spoken language development in children with Down syndrome. What they are doing is called play-based study, as he put the child in a room full of toys and let the child interact with a specific toy before asking from the child multiple tasks to him to be done. The mother at that time was seeing the researcher or the observer doing these interactions with him, and after that at home they simulate and do the same. By this way, the child develop more interactive ways in dealing with others. And by this way also, he knows how to write his name and also to know the alphabet. This is what's called electropalattography. Electropalattography is used like helpful on speech and even swallowing. How it is done? It's put like a metallic, this mesh metallic, it is put in the upper palate and connected to a computer with visual feedback. This visual feedback done if the tongue in contact with the palate. This either from the periphery or from the middle. This, by the way, it was make like a visual reinforcement to the child that helped him to have a better speech. This another one, Eve, in King Khalid University. Excuse me. This Eve, another robot for King Khalid University from Computer Science College. This one, a new revolutions in the robot in contact with Down syndrome and was very helpful in social interactions. And this method benefits the children with learning difficulties and the children with Down syndrome. The robot system depends on artificial intelligence techniques able to recognize student and distinguish sounds. The robot system consists of 5 basic units: teaching mathematics, numbers, reading, listening, and solving puzzles. Challenges and limitations: AI technical boundaries, handling complex cases. Data dependency depend on the one who bought the data for the AI, and ethical and legal implication. So the data privacy importance of fair sorting patient data, informed consent, and there is some bias according to the data given to the system, and transparency, the need for transparency in how AI tools make decisions and provide recommendation in healthcare setting. This one, a human rights approach to the AI, and 10 core principles layout of human rights centered approach and the ethics of AI. This is from UNESCO. The first one, proportionality and do no harm. The other one, safety and security, rights to privacy and data protections, multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance collaborations, and responsibility, accountability, transparency, disciplinability, human oversight, information, sustainability, awareness and literacy, and fairness of non-discriminations and non-discrimination. And all these must be applied to the environment of the law. In conclusion, the artificial intelligence and machine learning models play a crucial role in improving accuracy and efficiency. In diagnosing, various applications can help in genetic screening, facial recognition, medical data analysis have been enhanced through the AI. There is advancement in digital diagnosis, educational and therapeutic interventions, healthcare monitoring, and predictive analytics. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samir, for finishing on time. I'm Dr. Abbas Al-Amran from Al-Mana Hospital. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Salwa has been introduced in the first session, but briefly, Professor Salwa AlHasa is a distinguished clinical professor. Please come in.
Mic. This is the mic.
Okay. Without wasting more time, then I'm introducing Professor Salwa AlHasa. She is giving a presentation this session on saving sight through artificial intelligence in diabetic patients. Welcome, Prof.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. Again, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to share our real-time experience in diabetic retinopathy. For those of you that are not physicians, it's actually diabetic eye disease where the diabetes affects the vision. So if you allow me now, I would like to sit so that I can continue my lecture. Thank you. I have been working at the King Faisal Specialist Hospital for 35 years. 25 years of it was being the chairman of ophthalmology. And during this time, most of my work was in retina, which is the back of the eye, so they call us retinologists, and also genetics. I do a lot of genetics, but today I'm going to be sharing with you our experience in diabetic retinopathy using artificial intelligence and also using deep learning. If we can please have the video now. It's a 1-minute video that I would like to share with you, and then we will go and start the lecture. So the video, please. The video just highlights the problem we have in diabetic and diabetes and those causing diabetic eye disease. While they're putting up the video, we know that, as I mentioned previously, diabetes is considered a pandemic. Unfortunately, many patients go without actual diagnoses, and many of them actually can die from the complications, never knowing they have diabetes. The video will outline the problem we have here, not only in the kingdom, but in the GCC area and the Arab countries where diabetes is a pandemic, and we also call it the silent killer. Are you able to put the video? So hopefully once the video, if you can, I'll go ahead with my lecture. And as we mentioned, diabetes, unfortunately, is the silent killer. There are over 573 diabetics now worldwide. The Arab world or the Middle East, unfortunately, ranks the second highest. And the number of diabetics being screened by the eye globally is 50%. And here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, only 24%, unfortunately, are diagnosed.
There are over 537 million diabetics worldwide, making it one of the most rapidly growing diseases, a pandemic. These diabetic patients are at constant risk of developing diabetic eye disease, the #1 cause of adult blindness in the region. 14 different studies conducted across Saudi Arabia revealed that the prevalence of diabetic eye disease stands at 33% in Saudi Arabia. The major contributors to disease progression are inadequate human resources to screen the rapidly growing diabetic population, delayed diagnosis leading to blindness, and an overall higher life expectancy. The diabetes national healthcare burden in Saudi Arabia exceeds 27 billion Saudi riyals, a figure that could reach 43 billion in the near future mainly due to projected growth of the Saudi population, aging, increasing risk of developing diabetes, and delayed diagnosis. Saudi Arabia has to balance its prevention and treatment programs to improve healthcare. The country needs immediate action to reduce the burden of diabetes by developing and implementing a national strategy program that can accelerate screening pathways while preventing and controlling the rising burden of diabetes. With a large number of unscreened patients, several individuals remain at high risk. In line with Saudi Arabia's vision for health sector transformation and the protection of its people, a game-changing technology is needed for diabetes screening.
Waiting would never be able to parallel the increase. So what's your solution? Automation, and that's what artificial intelligence is. So when we talk about diabetic eye disease, we have to be able to know what it is, high glucose. I know we have a lot of endocrinologists here. Secondly, to be able to detect eye disease, you need a professional. It can't just be a general ophthalmologist if you want good care. It has to be a retinologist, someone that does nothing but retinology in order to get good sensitivity. The interesting thing, if you are able to diagnose diabetic eye disease, the treatment is really excellent because you can reach up to 95%. But the problem is, how can we get these patients early? How can we be able to identify them early, especially if it's expanding? So if we look at this, this is the diabetes globally. Globally, there's a 45% increase. If you can see in the MENA area, it's unfortunate. Our increase is 87%. Because of our lifestyle, adopting, unfortunately, the Western style. If you remember, many, many years ago, you never heard of a Bedouin having diabetes because they ate healthy, they continuously exercise. Our sedentary life has really made this a pandemic in our area. We start at 73 million in the Middle East. By 2045, it will be 136 million. So, what's the prevalence of diabetes across Saudi Arabia? If you go with the International Diabetic Federation, most endocrinologists follow this, they say 1 in 4. If you go by the WHO, they say 1 in 3. And to be honest, I'm going to follow the WHO. We are unfortunately the highest among the GCC country. إحنا وأهل الكويت نتنافس على مين الأول للأسف. And secondly, we are the 5th highest globally. Let's say we identified the 4 million diabetic patients, as you see there. If only 25% are being screened because we don't have enough ophthalmologists, ما هو تقصير منا كophthalmologist ولا تقصير من الدولة. We don't have enough ophthalmologists to be able to examine all the diabetic patients. We only are able to examine 25%. So if we took the 4 million, so technically we're only examining 1 million. Out of those 1 million, 300,000 will have diabetic eye disease. Of those 300,000, 40 or more thousand will have vision-threatening disease. But because they are being followed and diagnosed, we can bring them back into the pool and they'll be fine. Now, we have 3 million diabetics that have not had an eye exam simply because they cannot find appointments and not enough doctors. Of those 3 million, we're assuming there are 1 million that have diabetic eye disease and were not diagnosed. Of those 1 million, God only knows how many have vision-threatening disease, and then they go to blindness. This is why, if we don't invest in diabetic eye disease exams, the blindness is going to exceed the cost. And this is really very, very untraditional. Now, why am I sitting here and trying to convince you to use AI? There must be a reason. Why don't I just stick to the traditional? Why? First, it's human resource intensive, meaning wherever entity you're in, you need a doctor, you need an ophthalmologist, you need a retinologist, you need a nurse, because we're going to put dilating drops. I'm going to be telling you about it. All this, and then the patient has to come in, has to register. This is a lot of human resources on the entity. Secondly, when you increase your human resources, you're increasing your cost. The cost is going to increase. Why? Because you're bringing the patient from outside, whatever hospital, you're paying for his airline ticket, you're paying for his accommodation, you're paying for his, the al-murafiq. Can you imagine the absenteeism from the caretaker that's with the patient? Even maybe the patient is also an employee. So all this adds up. So it's not only the overhead cost, you're also talking about what we call the hidden cost. This is all a burden. This is why we said 27 billion, and it will go to 45. And then the waiting time. For him to reach me or reach someone of my caliber, he has to wait. I had a patient when I was at the King Faisal Specialist Hospital before I resigned and went to Neom. I had a patient, I told him come back in 3 months. He's my patient, a King Faisal patient. He shows up to me 6 months later. I started scolding him. He said, Doctora, ما حصلنا موعد معاكي. And this is in the hospital, my patient. So can you imagine an outside patient not finding an appointment? And then the waiting time in the clinic. I always tell my staff, please have some suites around, because they wait for me. Instead of only examining 12 patients, they will put me 30 patients to cover. Can you imagine the waiting time? Our clinic finishes at 4:30, we go until 7. They faint. I can't tell you, because they're also waiting for Salwa AlHasa to examine them. And then, if you want the best care, and you want to be able to see a board-certified ophthalmologist, you're not going to find him in diabetic centers. You're not going to find him in the primary care. Where do you find him? In the hospitals. But why? Why do we have this, that in order to get good care, in order to get the best care, you have to be in a hospital? Remember when I told you when I resigned from King Faisal, why can't I take my expertise, put it in a package and give it to the community? We want to change the mindset that patients can get the best care, diabetic patients, the best accuracy, not being in a hospital. They can be in a triage center, in the primary care center, and we leave the complicated cases to the hospital. So again, I have to examine all these patients. Can you imagine the human resources that it's costing? And I only needed 2 patients. So I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting my energy, I'm wasting my skills of continuously doing something boring, where I can bring a black machine, let it do all this, and leave me to do my skills, whether it's laser, whether it's injections, or whether it's major surgery. That's what I want to do. If you ask any ophthalmologist, even in the private entities, you tell them, you have a half an hour, what would you rather be doing? Diagnosing a patient or treating a patient? Us ophthalmologists, who are surgeons, what do you think he's going to say? I would rather be treating a patient. Now I have to be honest with you, and I hope I'm not recorded. The Ministry of Health was a little bit concerned because we were diagnosing a lot of patients that needed treatment. But now we're dealing with the private sectors to take the load. Again, as I mentioned here, This was 2,800 patients when I was at the King Faisal. I had to examine all of them. I wasted hospital resources. I wasted overhead costs, them traveling, where in reality only 300 patients needed me. And if I had concentrated on those 300 patients, not only would I have saved resources, but actually increased the, if you will, the economic facility on the private sector, because they would be doing more and more surgery. The next question you're going to ask me, Doctora, how good is he? Is he as good as you? Do you believe when you have a general ophthalmologist, if you look down, if you have a general ophthalmologist seeing your diabetic patients, and this is, by the way, internationally, we should have written this was a study done in the States. Do you believe their sensitivity is only 22%? They are missing almost 78% not being able to, because they don't know how to see the diabetic edema. They're missing all these. If you get a retina specialist, because he's busy, he's tired, technically, his sensitivity, as you see there, is about 60%, which means he's missing 40%. The smart examiner, which is the AI, the sensitivity can range anywhere from 95 to 96.4. Ask me, after 39 years expertise, that's all I do is imaging. Ask me what my sensitivity is. 30, technically 93%. We did a beautiful event in Bijnub al-Riyadh, في Swedi, very condensed. We did a beautiful event. We brought this, the smart examiner, and I brought all my AlFaisal University. Today I met one of my AlFaisal University students. I was very pleased that we taught her. She came back to AlHasa. And so we brought all the volunteers to help. I was hiding. Why? I wasn't there. I was hiding behind because I want to change the mindset and culture and tell these patients, you do not need an ophthalmologist on site. You don't need Salwa Laza. So I was hiding behind. My son, who works with me, I have no idea why he would leave his government job and come work for his mother. I'm already military in the house, so now he's got a double dose of military, both in the house and the work. He came to me and he said, Mom, there's a glitch with the program. So I came around. There was a lady, obese, old, sitting. So I said in my voice, اتركوها, لا تحركونها. She heard me. Don't move her, for those that are not Arabic speaking. She heard my voice. أنا صوتي جهور. يا حظي دكتورة سلوى. She recognized. تفحصين علي? How lucky can I be? You're examining me? I said to her, لا 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 لا. في دكتور ثاني. No, I'm not examining. There's another doctor. وينه? She's asking, where is he? I said, up there, هناك فوق بالسما. Oh, وش قاعد بالسما? Why is he up there? I said, that's AI. She said, Doctora, look how smart. And this was a dialogue between me and this old obese diabetic lady. Who شاطر مثلكي? Is he as good as you? I said to her, I taught him and he's better than me. She goes, يلا خليه يفحص علي. So we're changing the culture. And this is just simple. So the smart examiner is actually much more sensitive than the most experienced board-certified ophthalmologist. And not only that, it's also convenience. I don't want to have to do this routine. I want to go and treat. So this is what you see. This is the actual, we take the, I'm sorry, I don't know if it shows here. No, it doesn't work. Okay. We take the photo of the fundus. It goes through machine learning, we teach it. This is the person that is actually doing the exam. This is what they will see. Just make sure they're not colorblind. They will either see red or green. They have to know nothing about ophthalmology. This is what they see. If it's red, it will be urgent. If it's green, it's non-urgent. So not only are we diagnosed, do they have diabetic eye disease or not? We're actually diagnosing if they have vision-threatening disease or not. No other application globally does this. In addition, when we're doing this, what are we doing? We are leveraging the automated, but more important, you're actually increasing efficiency and productivity, and you're strengthening the surgical expertise, and you don't need ophthalmologists or optometrists. It can be done by simple people. So this is what we're doing. We take the family, whoever is affected, as you see, because we're decreasing the healthcare cost by 23%. We take them a photo, as you see very nicely there. All these images, by the way, are all controlled by Sadaya and Nedmo. The cybersecurity, we don't send out any info, we don't keep any patient information, only the images. And once they're analyzed, they come back to you. So the only person for privacy and for HIBA, the only person that has access to these images are the actual institute. I don't have access to it. I only have the access to the number that was done. And of course, it's Saudi FDA approved. Not only did we get the international approval, Canadian, American, the CEE mark, but we also got the Saudi FDA. Have you guys dealt with the Saudi FDA? Okay, I'm not gonna say any more. So, when we examine the diabetic eye, I'm gonna walk you through. This is what we do, the mechanism of use. The patient comes into the, for instance, let me give you a diabetic center. He walks in. Previously, he would go to the diabetic center, get examined. The only time he's referred to the ophthalmologist is only if he complains. Well, it's too late. The early stages of diabetic eye disease is the early stages. You want to get them early. By the time they complain, they're already in the late stages, which means they need surgery. So when they come into the diabetic center, I've changed their mindset. You see when they take their temperature and when they take their blood pressure, we put this in the triage room. So the patient does the temperature, blood pressure, and does his exam. The exam literally takes 3 to 4 minutes if the patient is cooperative. It can be used with any camera. Just tell us what camera you have. I don't bring the camera, I bring the software, but people, إلى الآن, in the US, في السعودية, when it's actually licensed, they call it a medical device. They still have not changed it. They still don't have that concept. I don't have a medical device. It's your camera. Or you buy your camera. I only bring you the solution. So any camera, we're not here to sell cameras. I'm here providing a service. And by the way, only 2 images. Do you know as a retinologist how many images I have to take? 14 to be able to get the diagnoses. The artificial intelligence only needs 2. Do you know what that means for your file, for your clouds? Then you run it through our solution. The solution sits on a laptop connected to your camera. The solution is there, we download it, and it goes through this process of being stripped, anonymized, no patient information. It goes to the cloud. It gets analyzed, the images, no patient information. We don't know if it's a male or a female or the age. Only the images go up. And when the images come down, they will connect to your server or your camera, and they will put all the information back for you. This literally takes 1 to 2 minutes. And I will tell you, both Dr. Zainab and Dr. May have witnessed that when they went to the AlHasa medical center, diabetic center for that. And then it gets stripped and it's back. Us as the provider, we only get the number, that's it, and where he's from. So you don't have to worry about security at all. And then once it comes back, it gets deleted from the cloud. So someone says to me, Doctora, what if a glitch happens? Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll come back to the center. So it is totally HIBA and cybersecurity safe. So this is what they will see. He will see, or she will see, the final step, either red. Just make sure your photographer isn't colorblind. So they will either see red or see green. Now, we just finished Hayel. Now I'm going to the charity centers. Do you believe they only had diabetic educators who had never seen a camera, who had never, ever seen an eye? We trained them. Took me a little extra time, but that's fine. And now they are running the whole show. Again, when we went to AlHasa, my mother's still upset from me why I went to AlHasa before Buraida. يا بنتي ديرتك خافي ربك قلت لها أمري لله. I go whoever's available. They were physical therapists, and we trained them. In al-Bkariya, they were actually nurses who had never seen. It's easy and it's friendly. And this is what you get. You get 2 reports. You get one in English where I have the American flag. Excuse me for that. This goes to the doctor. Then you get the green. We are the only solution that is Arabized. Why should a patient get something in English? We're Arabs. We should be proud of our language. So we Arabized it. يطلع المريض من هذا بدون ما يدخل, without him having to see the ophthalmologist or even the doctor, and he takes the appointment in his hand. And then of course you can integrate it. I went to Al-Baha to launch the solution. I met someone she said, Doctora, thank you. I said, why? She said, thank you so much. Your solution is great. I قلت لها, wait. أنا توني ما طلقته. كيف great? قالت أنا جاية من الرياض. You have it at the King Salman Hospital. That's our hub. قلت لها, true. قال لها, doctor, when the patient comes into me, my diabetic patient, because you put it in the triage, I don't look at his face. I look at his hand. I said, why? She says, by looking at his hand, I see that it's either red or green. If it's red, I know that I have to do all the tests. If it's green, أحط يدي على قلبي. I don't have to do the test. هذا المقولة العين نافذة الجسم. If something is affected in the eye, believe me, and he's got advanced red, his heart, his kidneys, his neuropathy, and he will be amputated if he doesn't get care. So not only is it convenient for the patient who doesn't have to travel, not only is it convenient for the care provider who is anyone that just has a health specialty accreditation, but it's also convenient for the endocrinologist who has to see it. So this is what you see. You see the green, and this is in Arabic, and it will tell you, I'm sorry, يمكن العربي سلبية, I'm sorry, I know it's wrong Arabic. سلبية لاعتلال الشبكية السكري الذي يهدد الرؤية. And not only this, it tells him come back in 12 months. Wow. His appointment is in his hand. Or it's red, and then now he has to be seen by an ophthalmologist. He's got about a week to see it. So it's either green, we tell him come back in 12 months, 9 months, 6 months, and 3 months. The states cannot do that. They're not allowed. We are allowed in Saudi, and we got the Saudi FDA. Or it's red. So it will be red for the patient. Maybe someone can read. Yeah. إيجابي لاعتلال الشبكية السكري الذي يهدد الرؤية. حالة عاجلة إخصائي العناية بالعيون لتقييم اختلال الشبكي السكري الذي يهدد الرؤية وفقا لإرشادات المجلس الدولي لطب العيون ICO لرعاية عيون المرضى. So we follow the international classification of ophthalmology, and we also follow the الاتحاد And it decreases the waiting list. Who doesn't want to decrease their waiting list? All of us doctors want to decrease our waiting list. It's affordable, low. You're actually saving your resources in the hospital, whether you're private or government. You're improving your doctor's skills because he's doing nothing but surgery. So you're improving this and actually improving your budget. You're reducing unnecessary resources. It comes actually in minutes, and I'm not exaggerating. And last, it has greater sensitivity than AlHasa, who's got 39 years expertise. And most important thing, you are embracing the 2030 vision. If you, as an entity, do not embrace artificial intelligence, you will be out of business. And we know now the holding is coming in for the MOH, and they're privatizing everything, which is going to really make a big, big difference. So now, this is my last slides. We are seeing, who are we seeing? Diabetic patients. We can also accept pre-diabetic patients. Soon we're going to be also examining the obese patients. What is the most common side effect of the obese patients? Type 2 diabetes. They might not even know it. Now, unfortunately, we have it in the hospitals. We want to get it out of the hospitals. You should be able to go to any center. So we've moved it into the diabetic clinics and centers. We've moved it into the dispensaries. We are now working with optical shops. We're working with pharmacies, the Nahdi, to get it there, and also the recreation centers. And we're now working hopefully be able to have a budget. And now, this is what we plan to do. By year 2025, it will be a national strategy where every diabetic patient, if he's diagnosed with diabetes today, he should be able to have his exam tomorrow. For the Saudis and for the expatriates in Saudi Arabia, this should be a must. This is our milestone. We started first in March, NEO embraced us, then we customized it, Saudi FDA, then we went to, if you will, Sadaya, then we Arabized it. That took us, by the way, a year, and then we went to the Ministry of Health. Why did I choose the Ministry of Health? Even though it was headache, please don't mention that I said that, because they have 60% of the patients, and then of course, we started going away. We finally got the CHI, the Commission, the Council for Health Insurance in Saudi. They coded it, so now we have a billing system for it, and then we're hoping by December 2025 that we will be able to. So now we're working on the portable camera. I was talking to Dr. May, and the doctor that asked me. Hopefully, when we get the portable camera going, we will be able to do the ROP. And last but not least, we're going to do it by actually a phone. Why should he even have to go to the diabetic centers? He should do it at home and only go to the diabetic centers if needed. Again, this just shows, this is, by the way, in the Silicon Valley. Can you imagine, these are all our Saudi, if you will, students working on AI in the Silicon Valley. They invited me, I'm there in the middle, to talk to them. That was an honor for me as an ophthalmologist to talk to PhD doctors on artificial intelligence. And then, of course, what do we call it? دقيق العيونك, because that's all the time it takes. These are just some quotes from people that have used it. I'm not going to have time to go through it. I'm only going to say the last one, the optometrist. AI changed my career path and gave a purpose to my job. She said, I used to come in, punch in and punch out. Now I have a purpose because I can diagnose and I feel good about myself. Thank you very much. الله يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
أبلشتك يا حبيبي.
I think this is a very smart presentation for smart testing, and as Professor Salwa said, I hope soon we will have our smart camera for our small in the NICU. The next speaker is Dr. Fatin Al-Dinini. Dr. Fatin is a pediatric gastroenterologist. She works at Al-Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal National Guard Hospital in Dammam. Dr. Fatin graduated from Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, and she did her Saudi board in pediatrics, followed by the pediatric gastroenterology fellowship at King Abdullah Specialist Hospital. Welcome, Dr. Fatin. 20 minutes,
Assalamu alaikum. It is my pleasure to be part of this unique conference, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of this conference. I will speak about capsule endoscopy in GI, and I chose this topic because I chose this topic because it's really a promising technology helping in diagnosing our patients. I don't have any conflict of interest. Throughout my presentation, I will go through introduction, clinical significance of capsule endoscopy, indication, and we'll pass by some of clinical scenarios that we face in our practice, contraindication and complication of capsule endoscopy, some of technical aspects, and how we perform this capsule endoscopy, and what we need in the future from this study. Capsule endoscopy is an GI study with Bell camera used to visualize the entire small bowel with or without anesthesia, was first described in 2000, and FDA approved the utilizing of capsule endoscopy by adult in 2001. For pediatric patients for age from 10 to 18, was approved to be used in 2003, and for the patient above 2 years was approved in 2009. More recently, safe and successful passage of capsule endoscopy have been reported for patients younger than 1 year. This is from NASPGHAN reports. But till now, the age that we can utilize the capsule endoscopy above 2 years and above 8 kg. What's the indication of pediatric capsule endoscopy? Any pathology in the small intestine that we cannot reach it by the conventional endoscopy, upper and lower, we can use the capsule endoscopy. From NASPGHAN report, which is published in 2016, the meta-analysis that performed by Cohen and Kelvin, which reviewed 740 capsule endoscopy procedure from January 2001 to May 2010, they observed that the commonest indication for using capsule endoscopy was the suspicion of Crohn's disease by 54%. Second common indication, it is obscure GI bleeding and undiagnosed anemia by 17%. For abdominal pain, 13%, and polyposis, 11%. For another small intestinal pathology, only 5%. This table showed variety of indication that we use capsule endoscopy in it, like obscure GI bleeding, intestinal malformation, vascular malformation, protein-losing enteropathy, GVHD, polyposis syndrome, malignancy, and intestinal parasites. From clinical practice, I will start with the first case that we face in our practice. This is a 10 years old boy previously healthy, presented with painless rectal bleeding on and off for almost 1 year. He is just following in the clinic. No other GI symptoms such diarrhea, constipation, or vomiting. No extraintestinal manifestations like fever, weight loss, or joint pain. In examination, patient thriving well, clinically a remarkable examination. For the labs also, patients have stable hemoglobin, inflammatory marker, and calprotectin also less than 30, which is within acceptable range. Patient underwent twice for upper and lower scope with negative endoscopy and pathology finding. And they still had the same concern of bleeding. Micro scan was done, also negative. So we have to proceed for capsule endoscopy to evaluate the small intestine that not reached by conventional upper and lower scope. This is a picture of capsule endoscopy First image showed normal villi, and the second one showed the aphthous ulcer, which is seen in the capsule endoscopy picture. We cannot reach it by the regal scope. So, obscure GI bleeding, whether is it overt or apparent, it's most frequent indication for capsule endoscopy for children less than 8 years old. Most reports suggest that the capsule endoscopy is useful diagnostic tool when the EGD, colonoscopy, and image cannot reach the source of bleeding. But unfortunately, it is time-consuming and need more time to observe this image to find the site of bleeding. Positive finding reported in 42% pediatric patient comparing with the adult, which is reached to up to 60% when the patient presents with iron deficiency anemia. If we want to increase diagnostic yield, we have to perform it earlier within 1 week of GI bleeding. For second indication, common indication for capsule endoscopy, it is used for diagnosis of IBD, especially to differentiate between ulcerative colitis or undetermined colitis from Crohn's disease. And it can help to investigate the disease extent, activity, and respond to treatment. Later on, we can differentiate between that the patient is actively in his disease or from comorbid functional complaint. In 2009, the World Organization of Digestive Endoscopy and ECO recommend that capsule endoscopy can be performed for diagnosis of Crohn's disease when conventional upper and lower endoscopy and the radiological images are not conclusive. Also, from SBGAN, they support that the capsule endoscopy can be the small bowel imaging of choice if MRI is not available or possible. This picture showed the ulceration structuring in Crohn's disease, and also there is ulceration in the next picture, which is seen in the capsule endoscopy pictures. Moving for next case, which is 9-year-old girl following in GI clinic because of hyperpigmentation in lip and buccal mucosa. She was asymptomatic, no GI symptoms, no bleeding, and there is no family history of polyposis. Examination, as we said, this dark pigmentation in the lower limb and buccal mucosa. Otherwise, unremarkable, reassuring labs. So we are suspecting Peters-Jeghar syndrome. Patient underwent capsule endoscopy as first initial surveillance for polyp in small intestine, and genetic testing, which is confirmed the diagnosis of Pediatric syndrome, came to be positive for sticky 11. And this is what we are searching for. It is a polyp in small intestine. And Pediatric syndrome is autosomal dominant disease associated with high rate of intussusception, and as the polyp acts as a leading point, and it's high risk for malignancy. So the polyp of concern is usually larger than 10 millimeter. The guideline recommends screening patients with Pediatric syndrome every 2 to 3 years, beginning around age of 8 years for small polyp, bowel polyps, so we can identify the location of polyp and early intervention. For other polyposis syndrome, the same. The capsule endoscopy can be the inaccurate diagnostic tool combined with the small bowel follow-through and early intervention. Abdominal pain is really not a routine indication to consider the capsule endoscopy, and we have to do it in highly selective patients, especially if we cannot differentiate between organic and inorganic cause of abdominal pain. From literature review, from NASPGHAN, they report 16 patients that underwent the capsule endoscopy with concern of abdominal pain. Only one had aphthous ulcer and ileum suggestive of Crohn's disease. This is mainly the indication for capsule endoscopy. Moving to one of challenging case in our practice, that this patient, 13 years old girl, status post scoliosis surgery in 2016 in Germany. She was presented with history of chronic diarrhea for almost 10 months. This diarrhea was watery to loose bowel, with mucus and on and off bloody 4 to 5 times per day, history of abdominal pain, and history of weight loss of 8 kg within 6 months. No other GI symptoms, and she was presented before our hospital and admitted there in another hospital with electrolyte disturbance, hypoalbuminemia, and metabolic acidosis. Family history was negative for any autoimmune disease, IBD, and other chronic diarrhea. On examination, patient was pale, hair weight less than 5th percentile. Other examination was unremarkable low lower limb edema. So we are dealing with protein losing enteropathy, secondary to surgery, IBD, could be celiac, infectious colitis. So this patient investigated thoroughly. Her CBC showed lymphopenia, anemia, and low albumin for 21. Normal inflammatory markers, CRP and ESR, negative for celiac, negative for stool workup. Also calprotectin done for her less than 30. Fecal alpha-1 antitrypsin done twice was low. A third time it was positive, which is high, more than 2.25. And EGD ankyloscopy done also twice. First time only showed edema with increase in eosinophilia and pathology. The second time, when we did the EGD and colonoscopy, showed this whitish spots in the duodenum. So patient underwent capsule endoscopy, showed the classical picture of intestinal lymphangiectasia, snowflake appearance, and more of cuts during the capsule endoscopy. So the diagnosis was confirmed by abdominal MRE and pathology came positive, dilated lymphatics, which confirming the intestinal lymphangiectasia. So this is for the indication of capsule endoscopy. In general, capsule endoscopy is a safe procedure, but we have some of contraindication that we afraid we have to avoid to use the capsule endoscopy in it. For absolute contraindication, if we suspect bowel obstruction, bowel structure or fistula, we have to avoid capsule endoscopy. For relative contraindication like presence of pacemaker, allergy to material or dysphagia or previous abdominal surgery. Now moving to some of technical aspects in capsule endoscopy. There is just 3 manufacturers that approved to utilize the capsule endoscopy in pediatric. And capsule endoscopy system, it consists of 3 components, which is capsule itself, and capsule recording equipment that include the sensory pads, belt, and recorder, and dedicated computer with software for data analysis. Before inserting capsule endoscopy, we should prepare our patient and use the bowel preparation for better visualizing of a small bowel. How we perform capsule endoscopy procedure? Capsule is initially stored in a case containing of magnets that inhibit its activation. Once it's taken out of this case, the lid starts to flash and the capsule starts to transmit. There will be 8 leads will be applied on the anterior abdominal wall and collect the data and send it to this capsule. Recorder connected to the battery and it will attach to the lids. After that, all the data will be downloaded on the computer to be interpreted by gastroenterologists. What is the complication of capsule endoscopy? As we mentioned, capsule endoscopy is a safe procedure. We are afraid from 2 common complications. First one, it is capsule aspiration, which is rare in pediatric, and there is no reported cases. For capsule retention, almost 1 to 2%, especially if the patient will have suspicion of Crohn's disease. Capsule retention is defined as non-exclusion of capsule within 2 weeks or the need of direct intervention before that time. And maybe need surgical or surgical intervention. To overcome this complication, we can use agile patency capsule, which is a dissolvable capsule with radio frequency tags that dissolve within 30 hours flat passed. The patency capsule can be detected with a radio frequency detector or abdominal X-ray. And there is a special consideration for pediatric capsule endoscopy. We have to ascertain the patient's ability to swallow this large capsule endoscope by training the patient to swallow a large jelly bean. And for the patient with severe dysphagia and swallowing disorder, we can introduce the capsule endoscopically. And there is another important consideration in pediatric patients, which is limiting age or size. So we are afraid that the capsule is not past the pylorus or ileocecal valve. Capsule endoscopy, current practice and future direction. We have colon capsule, which is approved to be used in adult, and this to screen colon cancer and ulcerative colitis. Also esophageal capsule that used for screening for esophageal varices and esophagus. Both of this capsule have increased the surface mucosa viewed during the data analysis, but unfortunately still not approved to be utilized in pediatric patients. What we need in the future, for this modality or capsule endoscopy, we need more in technical improvement such as power management strategy that increase the duration performance of the capsule endoscope, and still they are under processing this software and data analysis because it's really time consuming. If we can more innovation in the capsule endoscopy analyzer without, I mean automated, without interference from the gastroenterologist. Also maneuver ability, if the capsule motion through the gut was active process, so their area of interest could be inspected carefully, and we can interact with this capsule, allow targeted biopsy or drug delivery. Remote manipulation, the idea of capsule that we remotely manipulate the capsule from outside. They study it, but still in esophagus and stomach by external magnet. As we said, if we can innovate more in capsule endoscopy, so we can obtain the tissue sample from the capsule itself, it will be good for the patients. And if we can able to apply the targeted therapy like normal saline or steroid management during capsule endoscopy. So, capsule endoscopy in general, well tolerated and safe procedure, and is diagnostic procedure rather than therapeutic benefit. It can be useful for localizing a lesion prior to angiography, surgery, or further endoscopy procedures. Capsule endoscopy in pediatric is rapidly advancing technology and has the potential to further transform the evaluation and management of small bowel disease. The diagnostic yield of capsule endoscopy has been found to be higher than the small bowel barium study, CT, angio, and Bush enteroscopy. This is my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fatin, for your presentation. For the last presentation in this session, it will be introduced by Dr. Muhammad Al-Khamis. Dr. Muhammad is consultant pediatric cardiology at Maternity and Children Hospital in AlHasa. Dr. Muhammad graduated from University of Dammam, and he obtained his fellowship in pediatric cardiology from King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Riyadh. Let's welcome Dr. Muhammad for his presentation about role of artificial intelligence in the pediatric cardiology field.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to present such an interesting talk in which myself I learned a lot about it when I passed through it. I don't have any disclosure. However, one point I want to mention that this is a sophisticated topic. This is a sophisticated topic that this is just my personal understanding of such topic. So in this short talk, we'll introduce both parties. We'll just introduce how the pediatric cardiology is being done, what we are doing in our daily field, and then we'll go into introduction to artificial intelligence. Then we'll combine both parties together. Then we'll end up with the challenges that we are facing in applying artificial intelligence in pediatric cardiology and some ethical consideration. So we know most of pediatrician knows that pediatric cardiology, we are involved in diagnosing and treating patients with congenital heart disease or arrhythmia problems starting from birth till adolescent. And we collaborate with other specialty in pediatric. We integrate with other pediatric specialty in caring of our children. So in our tools, what we are using daily in pediatric cardiology, we use just a clinical examination with auscultatory examination. We do ECGs for defining the rhythm abnormality in the heart. We use a lot of chest X-rays. Then our main tool, which is the echocardiogram, and the new tools with cardiac MRI and cardiac cath. So our specialties involve a lot of imaging. Whether you look at it from the basic ECG, which is an image basically reading the rhythm of the heart, until the X-rays, as we see here in patients with tetralogy of Fallot, and then the echocardiogram, where we get our definitive diagnosis. Not only that, we have our cardiac cath and intervention, and all of these are image dependent. You see that all of these are image we depend on. The last on the right side of the screen, you can see this is a new 3D printing extrapolated from cardiac MRI and CT with 3D printing for patients with a double outer right ventricle. And this has helped the surgeon for planning for surgical intervention. So we define our parts. So we'll define just briefly about artificial intelligence. I'm sure most of you now know about artificial intelligence since the morning Dr. Aselwa and others talk about it. What artificial intelligence is trying to do is just mimicking how our human intelligence works, and trying to increase the accuracy, solving problems, performing high-test computation level to reach a certain output. There are two types, broadly speaking, of artificial intelligence. We have narrow artificial intelligence, and we can see on the right of the screen, this is started in 1997. This is Kasi Gabarova, which is the famous world champion in chess. When he competed with the computer Blue Deep system, it was back in 1997. And he was defeated at that time. Since that era, the history has changed. People now are more convinced that the machine is capable far more than the expert that they can do. This is a narrow artificial intelligence, which means this Deep Blue system model has been trained to play chess only. So it has performed specific tasks. What is the future is about artificial general intelligence, in which the artificial intelligence will work as a human brain in terms of creativeness, abstract thinking, and transfer learning. So probably Dr. Balik talked about those domains of AI earlier this morning. There are many domains for AIs. Machine learning is one of them, deep learning, robotics, training of robotics to perform certain tasks, and others. And the last one is natural language processing, which we know about the commonest evolution in this 2 years, which is ChatGPT, which is a language model. So Dr. Aselwa talked about this slide early this morning. However, if you want to make it clear, artificial intelligence is the umbrella that included all our domains. Machine learning is the part of artificial intelligence which involves training of the machine to perform certain tasks. Deep learning, which is the new era, is part of machine learning. However, it involves neural network training, and we will talk shortly about them. So, how does the machine learning work? Just we'll introduce some few basics about machine learning and how does it work. It involves 3 training models. Either they do it with supervised learning, unsupervised learning, or reinforcement learning. In supervised learning, what we are training the machine to do, we'll give the machine a data. For example, carrots, tomatoes, whatever, and we will label it for them. Then we feed the machine with those crowd data, and with the label of them. So we supervise the training of the machine. Then we put a test data, as you see down, and then we let the machine, from her previous experience that we trained to label for us different data. What about unsupervised learning? Unsupervised learning, we are not involved in the machine training. The machine only, what will just do, it will use the similarity or the difference between the objects that is being introduced, and it will categorize them. And this is called the clustering with unsupervised learning. Last learning modules for machine learning, this is common in our field. Reinforcement learning, especially those who are in behavioral psychology, they know about Pavlov test, which showed that you show the dog the food, then you ring the bell, then he will have salivation without swinging the food because of ringing the bell. In machine learning process, you can see our machines is just a child who's just trying to learn. So what you will do, if he crawls, you will give them a reward, and that will enhance more improvement in the machine learning process. So this is about machine learning. How about deep learning, which is the era and everybody is talking about now? Deep learning has been taken from the human brain. It involves multiple nodes, and this machine learning, it uses complex algorithm and follows neural networking to reach to a certain output that we want. Excuse me for this slide, but this is more of a technical slide, but this is how I learned about deep learning process. You can see on the left of the screen, this is a circle. Our brains read it as a circle automatically, but how does the machine read it as a circle? Actually, it will pixelate the image, so it will make it 28 by 28 pixels, and each pixel which will have its input in the, sorry, we can use this laser, but you can see the X1X until X700. This is the input layer where each pixel will have its input into the neural network. Then it will go into hidden layers, and here where the magics happen, you see those shaded circles. Those shaded circles will be activated based on the weight of each pixel, until at the end it will reach to the to defining this as a circle. This is called forward activation. Let's say this module didn't define it as a circle, define it as square. Then there is a margin of error which will go back to backward activation. It will activate the circuit again, which will train it. And this is part of reinforcement that we mentioned earlier. So the training will go backward and forward with activation of those nodes and neurons until it reaches a clear output that we wanted. So every machine or deep learning modules has to be trained with a lot of data. And Professor Salwa mentioned early morning today that data is crucial for diagnosing and reaching fine-tuning output. This is another example to show how the neural networks work. This is an actual example. What you will do in this example, what they have done, they have taken the auscultatory finding. They did just auscultation for the patient, and then they refined the data, they put it into input layer of the neural networks. Then it runs it through neural network, and the output layer will be, this is whether abnormal heart sound or normal heart sound. So in summary, for the introduction for basic of artificial learning, machine learning and deep learning process are going on the machine. It has different training modules, and the deep learning modules will use convolutional neural network for defining those training modules. So we have a pediatric cardiologist who is mainly depending on different imaging modality to diagnose a patient. And we have a machine learning and deep learning process who can digest those images. So how can we combine both of them together? Okay. We'll start with this paper, which is an interesting paper. This paper by Ackerman and his group in my clinic. What they did in this paper, they have taken over 20 years the patient who has been referred to them with the long QT syndrome, which is an arrhythmia disease in the heart, mainly diagnosed with the ECGs then confirmed by genetic testing. And they pulled out over all the data over 20 years, and they could get around 2,000 patients. And then they have taken those 2,000 patients that has been referred to this genetic rhythm clinic, and then they feed them into this module to train the machine to read the ECG. What they did, they have taken all the data, 60% of those data, they put them into the module, as we mentioned, in deep learning training modules to train the machine. Then they used 10% of this data to validate the data. Then they tested the rest of 30% to see how good the machine can read compared to human. Okay, this is the conclusion of this study. You can see on the left side of your screen what the machine actually has read as abnormal is in blue, and what the human read as abnormal is in orange. And you can see in this rock curve that the machine actually far exceeded the human reading for the first ECG of the patient. The machine could predict that the patient has long QTC earlier than what the human could do. Not only that, they went further in the testing, and they tested the whole ECG. And they found even with consistent ECG testing, the machine is actually better in reading the ECG for long QT syndrome compared to human. Okay, another example, but this one from Taipei, Taiwan. This is actually an interesting study, and we'll see shortly why it is interesting. What they did, this is, by the way, is adolescent and early adulthood patients, so it's not pediatric patient, but it is interesting. It will show us the potentials for AI in our field. In this study, what they did, they have taken large amount of data. It is almost 29,000 patients over 6 years, in which they refer to cardiologists for diagnosing of left ventricular hypertrophy. The gold standard for diagnosing left ventricular hypertrophy is echocardiogram with doing LV mass. However, the LVH is being screened with certain diagnostic criteria with ECG. So they have taken those patients and they compared the ECG with the echo finding. They introduced into the system 60% as they did in the previous study. They trained the system that those patients who has LVH with their ECGs. Then they validated the study with another 10%. Then they tested the output data with the rest of the patients. So they tested around 500 patients for this module. So on the left side of your screen, you can see this is the rock curve, and you can see that the data actually that has been confirmed by the machine as LVH is better. The red dot you see, this is the human diagnosing of LVH. And the orange, this is the machine diagnosing of the LVH, which is exceeding the human diagnosis of LVH. On the right of the screen, this is the beauty of this study. They didn't stop with the patient who has been diagnosed by the machine as LVH. They have taken those who has been falsely positive diagnosed by LVH by the machine, and they follow them up. And you can see in the Kaplan-Meier curve on the right side of your screen, actually what has been labeled by the machine as having LVH actually developed LVH later in their life. What has been labeled by the machine as not LVH, they have far risk prediction for developing LVH, which is amazing. The machine could see in the eyes of machine that LVH will develop in certain group of patients after we fed them with large amount of data. If you compare to the previous study, that was only 4,000 patients, this is 29,000 patients. After feeding the machine with good amount of data, it might be even possible to predict things that we couldn't see it at the initial stage. Those patients who has been falsely positive diagnosed, actually echo done for them, which is the gold standard for diagnosis, and it was normal. But the machine read the ECG as abnormal, and later in life it came to be LVH. Okay, so another part of our field where AI can be applied, we daily do echocardiogram. So the machine, we are exploring how can we apply artificial intelligence and machine learning in our echocardiogram. It involves multiple steps in doing an echo, starting with image acquisition, then image analysis, then reporting, and lastly, data analysis. So we'll start with image acquisition. This is a fascinating study. What they did in this study, they have taken 9 nurses with 0 experience. They have never touched a probe before. They have never done an echocardiogram before. And they have taken another 9 expert echocardiography specialists, and they give them half of the patient and half of the patient, then they switch the patient. Then at the end of the day, they let 5 expert cardiologists to read those images, and they are blindly. They don't know which is which. And we will see how it has been done. This is just a short video that it will show how this module is doing the echo. It will explain for the novice who doesn't know anything about cardiology where he should put the probe, and he will give him a flag of referencing image. Then you will see on the left side of the screen what should you do with the probe. And at the end it will show you how accurate your image to the standard image. So once your image it has higher quality compared to a reference image, it will acquire it for you. Okay, and this is the result of the data. Actually, you can see on the left side, this is what has been acquired by the nurse with 0 experience, and on the right side, you can see what has been done by expert echocardiography. And you can see actually there is no difference in image acquisition with those who with 0 experience compared with those who are expert in taking an image, apart from the last one, which is inferior vena cava size. You can imagine how interesting will be if this applied. We can think about it if you have rural area. Nobody knows how to do the echo. Just so you give them this module, you let them do it, and he will send it to an internet to any cardiologist who will read it for him. If you think about it, it has many implications in our practice, and it might save us a lot of effort. Okay. Another interesting study, but that one with image acquisition, this one we'll see how the machine is good in reading echocardiogram. Just an introduction, this is automated echo detection for heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. This is a subset of patients in cardiology where they have their systolic function is preserved, but the diastolic function is affected. So they don't manifest with the classical ejection fraction depression. So what they did in this study, they have taken apical 4-chamber for 4,000 patients. They trained the module with 60% of those data, and they let the module to choose either uncertain about the diagnosis, he's certain about diagnosis, or he's saying this patient doesn't have this heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. We can see in the lower to your left that the machine actually could predict even those patients who doesn't have clear systolic function depression. And lastly, on your right side down, the machine also could predict those patients who will develop heart failure in the future. Okay, I will conclude the examples with this one. Most of the example we have seen before is adult studies, because we know most of the study starts with adults, then it takes its way to our pediatric field. This is the last article I would like to mention. This is recently published just a few months back in Journal of American Society of Echocardiography, where it automatically measured the ejection fraction from the apical and parasternal long axis views. And what they did in this study, they trained the machine. This is a new module that has been trained only for pediatric patients. And after training of this machine, they compare what the machine read as ejection fraction compared to what the physician read. And you can see from this regression graph that actually they are comparable. What the machine read as a number, ejection fraction of 50, for example, is read by the machine within the same range. And it has very high sensitivity and specificity, as you can see on the right side of the screen. It's almost 1. If you see
Still
1,
3 minutes.
Okay, just a few minutes. So you can see even in this graph that the machine in pediatric could read the breast function with good accuracy. So, to conclude, most routine measurement can be fully automated. Machine learning will reduce measurement variability and reproducibility. It might recognize the pathology earlier, as we've seen in the LVH, and it might give us a prognostic factor, as we've seen in heart failure with reserved ejection fraction. Okay, what are the challenges that will face application of artificial intelligence in pediatric? Do you see any difference in both X-rays? I think they are clearly different. On the left side, the lung is congested, heart is dilated. On the right side, the lung is oligemic and the heart is small and boat-shaped. Actually, both of them, they have the same diagnosis. So both of them are tetralogy of Fallot. So it is not only the images that will tell you, it is the clinical data that will guide you. So we have the same disease who's variable in the presentation, such as tetralogy. It might manifest with heart failure. It might manifest with cyanotic congenital heart disease. I hope it will work. Do you see any difference between those two images? I know most of you are not echocardiographer, but do you see any difference? Anybody? Any difference? I don't know whether it will replay or not. Let us see it again. Any difference? Even for me, as cardiologists, they look the same, by the way. Just teasing you that they have the same shape in one view in the echocardiography. However, the one on the right actually is tetralogy. The one on the left is pulmonary atresia VSD. So totally different diagnosis. And if you get it in one view, you will see them as the same. But they are actually different in diagnosis. So this is another challenge that will face machine learning if you apply it to congenital heart disease. You have the same image with totally different diagnosis. Okay, any machine learning or any new technology will appear, an ethical concern will raise with them. I think Dr. Amar talked about them, so I will just flip them quickly. We have to make sure about our patient to take informed consent before applying those studies. Algorithm bias. We know the algorithm, if you don't train it well and fine-tune it, it will go into bias and you will end up with biased data. So fine-tuning of those modules before applying it and following the regulatory compliance, ensuring patient privacy. So the challenges that will face artificial intelligence, just one more minute. Variable presentation for the same underlying congenital heart disease, similar representation for different congenital heart disease. Healthcare providers take time to understand those modules and run it. Ethical concerns will be always there, and data availability, because you need large amounts of data to apply to the real-time machine. I will conclude with this cartoon from the internet. Probably Professor mentioned about it. What the social media think of artificial intelligence as the one on the left, because artificial intelligence will replace us as a human being. But what I would like to think about it is the far right side, in which you see the machine is likely to do repetitive, double work, while it will leave us for the interesting part, which is human care and human touch and taking care of the patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for your presentation. Actually, we have delayed 1 hour. We apologize for this. Sorry, we canceled the panel discussion for this session, and may I invite the speaker here on the stage, please. Dr. Muhammad. دكتورة فاتن، دكتور سمير، دكتورة مي تفضلي. أعتقد الدكتورة سلوى ليفت. دكتورة سلوى ليفت. تفضلي. دكتور سمير فين؟ عندك. حضرتك يعني. الأورد يس.
Okay. Okay, because of time limitations, the panel discussion was cancelled, but the quiz is still ongoing. Where is the quiz? The gifts, it will be done after the recognition. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and thank you very much, Dr. Fatin. Thank you very much. We really enjoyed the encapsulated. I'd like to speak with you about it a little bit later. Thank you very much. And then Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Samir, he had to leave also, so we recognize him also for being here, and we'll give him, and we will have photo with him later. And then Dr. Muhammad Al-Khamis, Dr. Matar. Where's our photographer? Dr. Matar. يلا. And then we will have a break for lunch. And if we can go back at 1:45, please, if we can come back at 1:45 so that we make up for the time so that we can go back to the time schedule. So 1:45. Shukran, shukran.
Thank you, everyone. بالنص صور congratulations دكتور احمد. شكرا. المفروض عليه صف البرة صراحه. شكرا دكتور حسين، شكرا جزيلا.
So if anyone's going to do anything about this disorder, it just became us.
Matt and Christina might live in Alabama with their 3 kids. And because of Bertrand's condition, it's a lot of work.
There, both arms. Nothing really prepares you for this.
Very good, Bertrand.
At the start, Bertrand was having, in many cases, hundreds of seizures per day.
Bertrand just kept screaming nonstop. I mean, he would wake up every hour and a half to 2.
For 4 years, we tried to figure out what was going on. And I remember saying that we're going to do everything possible. And when we run out of the when you have to do the impossible.
Matt didn't have much experience with biology, but he was a professor of computer science, and he wondered if genetic testing could help them finally get a diagnosis.
So the human genome is like the manual of operations for the human body. It's how to build you.
Matt Might is trying to save his son's life.
When Bertrand was born, he really baffled doctors.
He had very unusual symptoms and no diagnosis for 4 years.
At the end of 4 years, we finally got an answer. They said, we think your child is the first ever patient with ANGLI1 deficiency.
This disease had never been documented before, anywhere. There were
This is where you enter a concept that you're interested in. Medicanron really has the potential to revolutionize medical decision making. Medicanron is an artificial intelligence agent, and inside of it is a knowledge base
That mite is trying to save his son's life.
This is where you enter a concept that you
check one, this, check one, this, check, check, this, check, this, one, this, check, this. check this, la, la. Check this, check this, one, check this. Test, la C, la C, la C, check this, la. Ali. Check one test. Bismillah, Bismillah. Check, Bismillah, Bismillah. Check one test. La.
This is where you enter a concept that you're interested in. Medicanron really has the potential to revolutionize medical decision making. Medicanron is an artificial intelligence agent, and inside of it is a knowledge base that consists of essentially anything that's ever been published in the medical literature.
This is Dr. Maryam Al-Amri. I am Pediatric Maternity and Children Hospital and also from AlHasa Group. It's my pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this event. I hope you had nice lunch to the degree that you enjoyed the technology and artificial intelligence on afternoon. Our first speaker will be Dr. Mahdi Al-Dhafiri. Dr. Mahdi is Assistant Professor in Dermatology from the Medical College of King Faisal University in the Medical College of King Faisal University AlHasa Group. He is the Chief Division in Dermatology at the College of Medicine. Dr. Mahdi is a holder of French board in dermatology from Paris, France. He is also pediatric dermatology after clinical fellowship in pediatric dermatology from Lausanne, Switzerland. He will talk with us about innovation in pediatric hematology oncology. Welcome, Dr. Mahdi. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's actually a great pleasure for me to be with you today. Where to point? Where to point? There? Okay. This one. It's there? Okay. Good. Thank you so much. Pediatric dermatology, it is a subspecialty that deals with the skin of the infants, hair, nails, and mucous membrane. But not only that, the pediatric dermatologist should know how to deal with the families, assure them, and educate them about the disease and the new member of the family. Pediatric dermatologists also will be involved in multiple multidisciplinary teams in order to diagnose and treat different pediatric diseases. He will be also asked to confirm and roll out the different genetic diseases, as more than 50% of the genetic disease are with skin manifestations. He should know how to deal with the patient, how to do procedures comfortably with the patient, and he should know how to put the proper diagnosis and give the proper therapeutic doses. However, it's still a small community, the pediatric dermatologists, and there is a high demand and high shortage to this community. Up to 30% of pediatric primary care visits include skin-related problems. More than 80% of pediatrics report difficulty assisting dermatologic services. And there are several barriers actually. It includes the workforce shortage, as we mentioned, and geographic are the most. The pediatric dermatologists are located in the academic centers and not available in the rural or in the peripheries. Also, there is a long wait times, and also socio-cultural, especially for those, for example, living in, let's say, English-speaking countries, and they are not having this language as a primary language. Also, lack of insurance, or insurance doesn't cover the services. The solution are teledermatology. I will talk about that later. Language-based clinic. For example, those who speak, for example, Spanish in the United States, mostly they avoid to go to see the doctor because of the language barrier. So one of the solutions is creating a dedicated clinic once per month, for example, or twice per month with the translator. So this is one of the solutions. One of the solutions also the primary care integrative model. We can recruit a dermatologist in the primary care centers. Also emergency department utilization. As we say, there is a long wait list to reach the dermatologist. So most of the patients, for example, they go directly to the emergency department to seek the medical care, even for non-urgent dermatological cases. So we can, for example, educate the physician in emergency department to solve that non-urgent cases. The other solution is opening a specialized clinic or slot for the emergency cases inside the dermatology department. For the teledermatology, to increase the patient satisfaction, there is a shorter wait times, decreased cost, and it is very useful for patients in rural or underserved communities. Also, as we saw during COVID-19 era, during the social distancing era. Actually, one of the studies that we did in King Faisal University that we measure the burden of the parents of children with atopic dermatitis during the COVID-19 era and before, and it was almost similar because of the presence of teledermatology services. For the teledermatology service for dermatology, actually we have two forms, either synchronous, which is live video consultation directly interacting with the physician and patients, or asynchronous. So the patient can send his videos, his photos and concerns, then the doctor can answer to these concerns. Same thing actually, as there is avoidance for those non-speaking the mother language, we have the same problem in the teledermatology. For example, a retrospective study in US on 3,027 patients consulting academic pediatric dermatology during COVID-19. For those non-English speaking language are less likely to utilize synchronous dermatology. They don't want to react directly with the physician. They need to have asynchronous communication. They need to send their concerns so they can translate or understand more the answer and the interaction. Also, one of the studies that we did in King Faisal University during COVID-19 era, that we were using actually the Microsoft Office in order to treat the students or the King Faisal employee. Some of our colleagues in dermatology, they are not Arabic speaking. So we were using Google Translate in order to transfer our explanation and in order to understand the patient more. Also, we have a national example, proudly, Sadaya. I think they can provide a better example than Google Translate. So this in general, primary dermatology healthcare deliver models, how we can communicate or how can we reach the dermatologist. So either face-to-face, indeed, as traditionally and now in the hospitals, or synchronous dermatology or asynchronous dermatology, hybrid dermatology, as we might all of us in the clinic, many patients, they come and they are showing us their problems in their phones or tablets. So this is the hybrid. Language-based clinic, multidisciplinary, and urgent referral slots. The phone applications have played a major role actually in dermatology. For example, this application, PO Scorad, which is personal scoring of the severity of atopic dermatitis. So the patient can know the score, how severe it is. Many patients, when they come to the clinic, they say our condition was very bad last week. There is too much itchiness, we couldn't sleep, but today we are much better. So with this application, we can see what's going on between the visits. Is it really bad? Is it really good? Shall we go with more gentle treatments or more aggressive treatments? These are some applications also which can help the doctor themselves. For example, visual diagnosis. It helps us in reaching diagnosis and how to deal, what investigation to do, what treatment to give. My derm bath, which can help the pathologist dealing with biopsy of the skin to reach the proper diagnosis. Also, dermoscopy. Actually, in the picture in the top, this is a device called dermoscopy or dermatoscope. This is a device, we use it a lot in dermatology in order to magnify the lesion and understand and reach the diagnosis properly. We see the magnified lesion and we try to reach the diagnosis. This application can help us in reaching the proper diagnosis. Automated total body mapping. One of the most known machines is Photo Finder. The idea of this machine, depending on AI and deep learning, that we can, for example, for those people with multiple nevi or mole, or for example, family history of skin cancers, or children with melanistic nevi, especially the JN1 and the risk of melanoma. We can, for example, in every visit, we can take a picture for the whole body. This machine will localize all the mole existing, whether they are dangerous or not. And in each visit, it can review the previous moles and if there's a new ones. and it can detect the most dangerous one and the calm ones. These are other examples of other machines also. As previously I show you the dermatoscope, the magnifying lens. This is a similar device. We can take a picture, it will be stored in the device, it will be analyzed and telling us whether it is dangerous, shall we follow these lesions closely, or it is very calm and there is no worry about these lesions. This is an interesting device, reflectance confocal microscopy. Actually, in dermatology, once there is suspicious lesion, or for example, there is lesion with non-specific diagnosis, we take a biopsy, which is an invasive procedure. We put stitches, we leave a scar, which is bothering for the patient. Sometimes it is disfiguring, especially in the exposed area like the face. So this device, it is non-invasive, very comfortable, non-painful. We can just apply the device on the skin, and it can show the histopathological feature of that area, and we can reach the histopathologic diagnosis without invasion. Also, ultrasound is very useful in pediatric age group with the skin diseases. We use it a lot actually, and we can reach different diagnoses. For example, this picture, pilomatricoma, which is a benign lesion at the level of hair follicle. Or for example, that picture on the top, it can show that there is vascular malformation, or also the other picture on the bottom with the infantile hemangiomas. A lot of diagnoses can be reached with this ultrasound, epidermoid cyst, pilomatricoma, neurofibroma, and other diseases. Actually, there is a high lack of academic pediatric dermatology in the social media. This is a study in 2016 analyzed the use of the 7 leading social media platforms in pediatric dermatology. They observed that 89% of patient advocacy groups, they are present in social media, 100% of professional societies, but 0% of academic pediatric dermatology, they are present in social media. Recently, there's another study in 2020. They saw that most of the adolescents, about half of them, they are relying on social media in order to reach the daily care of the skin and also treatment of acne. And most of them, they are more misleading accounts. So there is a high demand that academic pediatric dermatology services, they should have an account on social media in order to guide people. We all know about the importance of parental education in dermatology in order to understand the disease, the course of the disease, what is expected, how to treat, how to deal with the disease. But what about the child himself? We should actually educate the children about their diseases. And one of the best material is using books like storybooks or comics. It can enhance the patient's education about their problems. Actually, even in the Western world, still there is a lack of this material. And even if they are present, they are not in appropriate reading levels. So we should practice that, we should start doing that, and these resources should answer this question. Does it address self-esteem? Does it address adherence? And does it address courage and resiliency? These articles show us the comfortable position during the procedure in pediatric dermatology. So either chest-to-chest position, the side-sitting position, or back-to-back position. There should be the doctor and the helper one, and the child should sit on the parent or the caregiver, and if there are siblings, should go out of the room. The arms should be secured by the parents, and the legs should be deviated like this, or should be secured between the ankle of the parents. For dermatology use, or for laser use in pediatric dermatology, Most commonly, we use a pulse dye laser in order to treat different problems in dermatology, mainly the vascular malformation and infantile hemangioma and stains, also angiofibromas. We also use a lot the CO2 ablative laser, for example, in viral warts. We can also use a Q-switch laser in order to treat the pigmentary diseases like capi ole spots. And sometimes we can even use in pediatric the hair removal laser. The procedure in pediatric dermatology, it's really stressing for the child. We have to find a way so the child can get the treatment without pain and without stress. As we know, there are different ways to decrease the pain, like local anesthesia, either injectable or local. One of the ways that we can do is the virtual reality and the vibration device, or what we call it Buzzy. With the vibration and virtual reality, there are two things: the distraction of the child, and really it decreases the pain during the procedure. So it is reassuring for the children. Okay, here's just briefly some new medications in dermatology. We have something we call biogenic granuloma. It is common in pediatrics. It is a small vascular red lesion, occurs after trauma mainly, especially in the peripheries. It is treated with the shaving, surgery, and electrocautery in order to prevent the recurrence. And there are different studies show that regular table salt can work very good in this lesion with complete healing without recurrence. For molluscum contagiosum, there is phase 3 trials on bridazymer gel is under investigation as a first therapy for molluscum contagiosum. It has an antiviral effect. For the severe psoriasis in a pediatric age group, we have some biologic treatment. Recently, in 2001, there is approval of secukinumab, which is anti-interleukin 17. In atopic dermatitis, we got that Dupixent, which is approved since 2018, but recently from 2022, it was approved starting from the age of 6 months. We have also another treatment which is under investigation, lebrikizumab. It is a treatment for severe and moderate atopic dermatitis in adults and adolescents, which is it is anti-interleukin 13. Okay, lastly, for the alopecia areata, it is known that we can use JAK inhibitors, tofacitinib. This is a study on 5 preschool age, 3 to 5 years, treated with JAK inhibitors, tofacitinib, showing very good results. 3 patients with complete response, 2 patients with excellent, almost complete response, and 1 patient with recurrence after 6 months of stopping the treatment, and the hair regrow again after restoring the medications with no severe adverse effect. In vitiligo, we have this topical JAK inhibitors, ruxolitinib, and in dystrophic epidermolysis bullosa, we have this BVIC as a topical investigational herpes simplex virus type 1 based gene therapy for restoring C7 protein. It is under trial with weekly applications with complete wound healing after 6 months as compared with untreated wound.
minutes. Our next speaker is Dr. Murtada Sultan. Dr. Murtada is a consultant pediatric hematology, oncology, and hematologic stem cell transplantation from Al Qatif Hospital and Prince Mohammed bin Fahad Hospital for blood diseases. He is also assistant medical director in the same hospital. He had his certificate from the Jordanian University of Science and Technology. Then he continued his fellowship program in hematology oncology subspecialty and diploma of European blood and bone marrow transplant fellowship in King Faisal Hospital and Research Center in Riyadh. Welcome, Dr. Mortada.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam, for a nice introduction. And I'm ex-Qatif Central Hospital and Prince Mohammed bin Fahd Hospital in Qatif. I'm currently in King Fahd Medical City in Riyadh. I used to be here in AlHasa and before in Qatif. I will talk about innovations in pediatric hematology and oncology. Okay. I have nothing to disclose and and this session is prepared on scientific base and do not have any financial benefit or conflict of interest. Objectives: to overview advances in pediatric oncology, review CAR T-cell therapy and availability, highlight recent advances in pediatric hematology, and explore new gene therapy for sickle cell disease, and you all heard about it in the last few days, and explore currently available new advances in Saudi Arabia. Innovations in pediatric hematology are a part of medicine and going with all, as you can see since morning, that everybody is talking about innovations and technology in medicine, which is evolving, and we have some in pediatric hematology and oncology. Like in oncology, we have something called MRD, minimal or measurable residual disease, which is a very advanced. Previously, when we diagnose a patient with leukemia, for example, we will say he is in remission if he's like to be cured. If his cells or blast cells in the film of the marrow is less than 5%, we will say, okay, by morphology he is in remission. But now we are going for something deep, which is called measurable or minimal residual disease, and this is either by flow cytometry or PCR or molecular, etc. And target therapy with multiple medications in the clinical trial. I will not talk about target therapy. We have a long list of target therapies, and we have CAR T-cell, which is it's like 12 years since started in clinical trials. Innovations in pediatric hematology, we'll talk about gene therapy, either for sickle cell beta thalassemia hemophilia, non-factor replacement for hemophilia, and personalized medicine for hemophilia. As introduction, over the last 50 years, pediatric oncology outcomes have significant improvement. And all of us, we know that these advances either in diagnosis tools, risk stratification, disease monitoring, and advances in treatment and novel therapies. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia in children, as an example, in 1975, overall survival was around 60%, and now we are talking about 90%, and some centers even more than 90%. So this is a big advance. And we'll talk about CAR T-cell, which is more advanced than this. Immune therapy continues to revolutionize the treatment of aggressive pediatric leukemias and lymphomas and other cancers. Advances and improvement domains, we have the cancer biology. We base all our technology based on the cancer biology and knowing the cancer biology well. Novel therapies, disease detection and monitoring, and improvement in reducing toxicity and access to care. And these are the 5 domains the same. Survival data and research and innovation is very important in our field, and we have 2 categories of survival and disease status inspired researchers. Patients with excellent outcome, like standard risk leukemia. Previously, we are thinking to save them and to cure them. Now we are thinking how to reduce the toxicity so we can take out anthracyclines from the standard risk so they can get less chemotherapies, less side effects, and they will live longer with a good life. So by modifying therapy and treatment plan. Patients with poor survival and disease refractory, to improve outcome by a novel or target therapies. And one of these invented is like CAR T-cell or gene therapy later. Back to biology. Advances in biology leads to better understanding of tumors, diversity and heterogeneity of the disease, metastasis and resistance to therapy. And based on these, improvement in disease detection, monitoring, invention of novel and target therapies, and improve outcome. MRD, I just mentioned about this technology before. No need to go back for it, but as you can see, this what you can see in morphology by your eyes, this by flow cytometry or by molecular PCR, and that one by next generation sequencing is the same. But that one will show you more deep, so if you can say for a patient he's in remission in this one, maybe he's not in remission in that one. That's why we are using now the flow cytometry mainly as MRD, but some centers, special research centers, they are going for NGS. So if we can apply later on NGS, we will make sure that this patient is really cured and we will minimize the relapse in these patients. Okay, next I will talk about CAR T-cell therapy. Do you know Emily Whitehead? Anybody heard about her? This girl in 2012, she has a very refractory disease. She is not responding to any chemotherapy for her leukemia. And she has no hope to be cured with chemotherapy. And in 2012, that guy, Prof. Stephen Hanger in CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, he infused her with something called CAR T-cell, chimeric antigen receptor T-cells. And these T-cells engineered in the lab and then infused again to the patient. And she got cured. This is her picture at 1 year after the therapy, 5 years, 10 years, and now she's 12 years more. I just saw him 1 year ago in Abu Dhabi, and we got that picture with him. So the first CAR T-cell infused in a clinical trial was in 2012 as a pediatric patient. And as I told you that she has leukemia and was progressive. And the first 2 CAR T-cell therapies approved by United States FDA was in 2017. It means that 5 years after that clinical trial and infusion. And here I have to stress on a point that clinical trial is important. And we usually used to wait for the clinical trials to finish, and then we will accept that to adopt. And this is a general idea even in our population, that they will say, I will not go for any research. Any hospital of AlHasa, we will say, AlHasa Specialist and Research Center, they will say, no, we'll not go for AlHasa. This is a research. No, it's not like this. So I think it's our job to educate people that research is not by force. If you will not go for any research, you can sign refusal and you will not be involved. And the clinical trial, they have a lot of benefits. So yes, sometimes there is some risk, but a lot of benefits in clinical trials. Like Emily Whitehead, if they refuse to go for clinical trial in 2012, she will not survive, for let's say, for sure. But now she is surviving because of that clinical trial. CAR T-cell is an immune therapy. Patients with sorry, I might take the 5 minutes from Dr. Dhafiri, isn't it, Dr. Mariam? I have 25 minutes, or? Thank you. So immune therapy, CAR T-cell is considered as immune therapy, and immune system will be re-engineered to attack tumor cells. What will happen that we will take the T-cells from the patient himself, and then re-engineered by a transduction by viral vector. We will come to that, and then re-infuse it again to the same patient. We have 2 domains for the is it, I don't know, okay, maybe you couldn't see. Anyway, we have 2 domains of the CAR T-cell, the domain outside and inside. The outside one is called antigen recognition domain, and the one inside is signaling domain to activate T-cells. And here the cartoon showing that gene of CAR to be invented inside a virus vector like a lentivirus. Then this will be infused and get into the T cell, and these T cells will attack the antigen expressing cancer cells, okay, through the domains, and will kill these cancer cells. So our immune system will work against the cancer cells. It's not a chemotherapy or something like that. This is different than all other procedures we are using for patients. Viral vector transduction, most commonly used to insert DNA constructs into the T cell genome, which transforms the normal T cell into CAR T cell. It's either gamma retroviral or lentiviral vector, and recently CRISPR-Cas9 used for this. We have many generations, actually first, second, third, and now we have fourth and five. The difference is in co-stimulatory signaling. So you can see here from the first generation to the fifth generation there, and it's only for the signaling domain. As you go with generation will be more toxic. That's why, for example, in the first one, she got it, Emily Whitehead in 2012, called Kymriah by Novartis at that time, and for these patients they will go for bone marrow transplant after CAR T cell. But if you go with advanced, it will be more toxic and most likely no need for bone marrow transplant after that. And this just to show you the domains and the tumor cells, which is either representing CD, you know, that cluster differentiation of like CD19, 20 or 22. We are working now in leukemia on CD19, but a lot of work on CD22 and others to target these, because some cells will escape CD19, so you can target them by another cluster differentiation. Okay, this is the same idea. I think no need to re-say it again. These some of the targeted proteins by CARs, like CD19 lymphoma and leukemia, CD30 for Hodgkin, BCMA for multiple myeloma, and SLAMF7 for multiple myeloma, and a lot of others. Okay. As we mentioned, that CAR T-cell production, we will do apheresis. We will collect the T cells from the patient from peripheral blood in the blood bank as apheresis. Then we will go for activation of the T cells to make them cytotoxic T cells, then transduction of the viral vector, then cell expansion and blood and culture in the lab, then conservation, purification, and cryopreservation. Then we'll infuse it to the patient later after something called lymphodepletion. We'll give a chemotherapy for the patient, then we'll infuse it. And this is the same cartoon. Okay. About toxicity, just I don't know how to go back. This one. About toxicity, yes, there is some toxicity, something called cytokine release. ICANS will involve the nervous system, but these mainly happen in the first few days of infusion. CAR T cell source, actually to take from the patient himself and then to re-infuse it to the patient will take a couple of days. It depends if you are doing the transduction here in Saudi Arabia or outside. Currently in Saudi Arabia we have no lab doing that. We are sending that outside, shipping and shipping back. It will take like 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks to come back. So this is time consuming. For that reason, people that are thinking about something called allogeneic CAR T cell, which is over the shelf. So later on, you will have it like amoxicillin. You will order a CAR T cell for your patient, and they will get it from the pharmacy, and they will come to infuse it without any more preparation, just to say, I want CAR T for CD19, for CD20, or like this. This is a very advanced. I hope one day we will reach that, inshallah. Gene therapy is the next few slides. Gene therapy in a clinical trial, around more than 1,000 gene therapy type. And currently these techniques are mainly used to target specific population of somatic cells. We have gene addition, gene silencing, and these will go just briefly about this, like gene addition, inserting a new copy of gene into the target cells to produce more of a certain protein, and that's why it's used in ADA SCAD type, which is severe immune deficiency, severe combined, congenital blindness, hemophilia, lysosomal storage disease, and others. Gene silencing prevents the production of a specific protein by targeting messenger RNA for degradation, so no protein is produced after that. And we have something called reprogramming, involves adding one or more genes to cells of a specific type to change the characteristic of those cells. And cell elimination to destroy malignant tumor cells, also used to target or overgrowth of benign non-malignant cells. Gene therapy timeline, if you can see, in 1953, DNA structure is characterized by a double helix. Then we start to discover these issues in stem cells, and reaching to 2022, which is the first approval in the US of gene therapy for transfusion-dependent thalassemia. Sickle cell disease and gene therapy. The United States FDA approved gene therapy, which is called Lyfgenia, for sickle cell disease 12 years and older.
Doctor, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. And the other one is called Exasel Casgevy, which is just recently approved in Saudi Arabia a few days ago, and it was approved in US FDA in December. And this, the first using CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology for sickle cell disease 12 years and older. This clinical trial is called CLIMB 121. And this will cut DNA in targeted location, enabling the ability to accurately edit, remove, add, or replace DNA where it was cut. Exasel is used for that. It's a cell product consisting of autologous CD34 hematopoietic stem cell progenitors. So they will take it from the patient himself, again as a apheresis, and will be will go for CRISPR-9, CRISPR-Cas9. Then we will come back to the patient to infuse it again with the same as CAR T cell with lymphodepletion chemotherapy before infusion, and it will work as downregulation of BCL11A in erythroid cells, and this will lead to increased hemoglobin F, and for sure to decrease hemoglobin S, and this will lead to less complications due to hemoglobin S. I will not go through all these because primary and secondary endpoints, but to come to their conclusion that 44 patients enrolled, the evaluable 31 patients, and 21 patients, they reached the primary endpoint, which is no painful crisis for equals or more than 12 months, like 1 year with no painful crisis at all. All treated patients achieved successful engraftment with no patient experiencing engraftment failure. And secondary endpoint, free hospital admission for 1 year, and 100% they achieved that with a significant p-value. So outcomes improve hemoglobin F, improved hemolysis, and improved patient-reported outcomes. Just 4 slides. If you allow me, hemophilia advances gene therapy, and actually the first gene therapy infused in Saudi Arabia and King Faisal Specialist Hospital Riyadh was in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, in March, under a clinical trial. Emicizumab Hemlibra, we have it. It's non-factor replacement for hemophilia patient. It's not factor 8. It's something like factor 8, behaving like factor 8, and personalized dosing. I will show you the website for that. Okay, this is WABS Hemo This is for personalized medicine and precision medicine that the patient, you have to put the patient informations and dosing, and we'll see the pharmacokinetic, and we'll give you a specific dose at a specific time. In Saudi Arabia, this is the last slide. In Saudi Arabia, we have 4 sites for CAR T-cell, King Faisal Specialist Hospital, Riyadh, National Guard in Riyadh and Jeddah, and King Fahd Medical City in Riyadh. For gene therapy is coming soon, is approved in Saudi Arabia for sickle cell. Hope that within 2 to 3 months we'll start the first patient in Saudi Arabia. I don't know which center, but it will be. And first CAR T-cell in Saudi Arabia was in December 2020, 4 years ago. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murtada, for the wonderful talk. Now we are going to the third lecture of the session. We'll have Dr. Reem Saadi. She is a section head of Pediatric Emergency Medicine, consultant of Pediatric Emergency. She is also head of the Abuse Prevention Committee in King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Dammam. Dr. Reem, she obtained her medical degree in College of Medicine, King Saud University, followed by the Saudi Board in Pediatric and Saudi Fellowship in Pediatric Emergency Medicine. Welcome, Dr. Reem.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this technological revolution. I would like to thank the organizing committee and AlHasa group for this amazing hospitality. My speech will be about technology in pediatric emergency. How can we do better? Nothing to disclose. So my agenda will be the current challenges in pediatric emergency care, novel technological innovation in pediatric emergency, optimizing implementation of and adoption of pediatric emergency technologies, and future direction in pediatric emergency technology. To start with, technology offers opportunities to provide better care for patients through point-of-care tests and ultrasound examination innovation devices to facilitate procedure and examination, and electronic health records tools such as timely clinical decision-making, support, and patient tracking. Technology also offers opportunities to provide better training and education for pediatric emergency medicine providers through the use of mannequins, virtual and augmenting reality-based simulation, and online electronic resources. Although new technology is often appealing, its effectiveness should be critically evaluated before its adoption. We have the most current challenges in pediatric emergency since the emergency visit for pediatric group is increasing. Currently, almost more than 8 million visits to the emergency department by pediatric group. Almost in 2030, it will increase to almost 10 million. This is in Saudi Arabia. So this is the main challenging for us, increasing burden on pediatric emergency department, rising patient volume, and the growing attendance in pediatric emergency department poses a significant health challenge, leading to elevated burden on medical resources. Resources strain, the surge in patient numbers strains the capacity of emergency care facility, impacting the quality and timeliness of care delivery. And need for efficient triage. Effective triage system are essential to manage the increasing patient load and ensure timely care for critically children. So the impact of technology in pediatric emergency care. So we should integrate the point of care technology, which clinical laboratory testing conducted close to the patient, to the site of the patient care, where care or treatment is provided. Telemedicine and pediatric emergency, the remote diagnosis and treatment of patient by means of telemedication technology, and enhanced monitoring and data analysis and health. It's a health monitoring system, capture the physiological changes, physical and measures through biosensors, obtain properties and measures from the output signals, and use algorithm for data analysis and trigger warning alarms when an emergency occurs. Okay. The point-of-care technology, advances in point-of-care technology enable rapid diagnostic testing, facilitating timely decision-making and treatment initiation. For example, urine dipstick, anything you can, anything in your mind for the point-of-care testing? Blood gas, for example. Okay, and for the adult, they use the inotropes as a point of care. So it will increase the decision-making for the patient. Telemedicine application provide remote access to pediatric specialists, enhancing the quality of care in emergency setting. And the enhanced monitoring and data analysis, technological innovation and monitoring devices and data analytics improve the early detection of deteriorating pediatric patients, enabling proactive intervention. So doing the SWOT analysis, so the strength of technological advancement enhance diagnostic accuracy and treatment efficiency in pediatric emergency. The opportunity is integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning can optimize the triage resources, allocation, and treatment protocols. The weakness overlies on technology may lead to reduce the human interaction and clinical judgment in emergency care, and inadequate, the threat usually is inadequate training and infrastructure may hinder the effective implementation of the advanced technology in pediatric emergency. So we'll talk about some novel technological innovation in pediatric emergency care. Starting with the point of care or rapid diagnostic, the point of care testing, it will provide rapid diagnostic capability. Advancement enable rapid assessment of the pediatric patient, expanding treatment decision and improving clinical outcomes. Novel point-of-care testing platforms offer enhanced accuracy, portability, and ease of use, addressing the unique needs for pediatric emergency setting. And impact on resources utilization, using efficient point-of-care technique or testing will reduce the use of extensive laboratory testing, so will optimize the resources in the hospital. Regarding the telemedicine advances in pediatric emergency, it will offer remote consultation, facilitate remote consultation with pediatric specialists, enabling timely expert input in critical pediatric cases, and access to specialized care. So pediatric emergency telemedicine will extend access to specialized care, particularly underserved or remote areas, improving quality and emergency health delivery. And care coordination, telemedicine platforms support seamless care coordination between emergency department and pediatric specialist center, ensuring comprehensive management of pediatric patients. So advanced monitoring and predictive analysis. This continuous monitoring solution enabled continuous tracking of pediatric patients, providing real-time data for early intervention and escalation of care. Predictive analytic for pediatric emergency data-driven predictive models aid in identifying high-risk pediatric patients, allowing proactive intervention to prevent clinical deterioration. And it will be integrated with the electronic health record. It will be seamless integration of monitoring and analyzing with electronic health records. And enhance the accessibility and usability of pediatric patient data in the emergency department. Again, we'll do the SWOT analysis for these novel technologies. So the strength will be technological innovation, improved diagnostic speed, accuracy, and treatment outcomes in pediatric emergency. The weakness will be the privacy and security concerns, but Dr. Salwa reassured us about this. Opportunity, remote monitoring and predictive analytic have the potential to revolutionize pediatric emergency triage and resource allocation, and the threat inadequate infrastructure and financial constraints may limit the widespread adoption of advanced pediatric emergency technologies. So to optimize the implementation of adoption of pediatric emergency, we're using for the patient journey in the emergency department in case of need of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. There is cardiopulmonary resuscitative assistive. First one of them is the mechanical CPR devices, as you can see, named LOCUS, from the university or Lod University cardiopulmonary assistive system. And we have video laryngoscope. I will talk a bit about it later on. And for the mobile application, we have Pediastat, which is very helpful in case of resuscitation. You will just enter the weight of the patient, and it will calculate all the required doses for medication and the use for resuscitation. So regarding the LOCUS, so pediatric out-of-hospital cardiac arrest is extremely rare, which survival remain less than 10%. So favorable outcomes in this situation rely on early effective cardiopulmonary resuscitation according to the advanced life support principle. Can one size fit all? So most of the studies is an adult patient, but there is one case report about one 11 years old kid had cardiac arrest outside the hospital, and they managed to use LOCUS on him, and he survived after that. The other most common used machine in pediatric emergency is the use of point-of-care ultrasound. It has been used for the last 10 years in pediatric for many reasons, diagnostic and procedural use. First of all, in case of traumas, we're using it for fast, rapid identification of abdominal, pericardial, and pleural fluid and pneumothorax. So it's difficult to rule out abdominal free fluid with sensitivity of 27 to 66%, and may allow avoidance of computer tomography and CT scan, in patients with negative result. Can be used in right lower quadrant in the diagnosis of appendicitis with a meta-analysis with sensitivity of more than 80%, and I cannot see, specificity of 90%. Okay. And for For the soft tissue, we can use for the differentiation between cellulitis and abscess, and the presence of increased sensitivity and relative. Yeah, it has increased sensitivity relative to clinical examination of abscess. Other uses, in chest examination outside the FAST, we can diagnose pneumonia with sensitivity of 96%, specificity of 93%. Also can be used in fracture diagnosis with specificity or sensitivity more than 83% and specificity more than 80%. Procedural guidance can be used in central venous access, dynamic guidance for peripheral and venous access, and landmark identification for lumbar puncture. Here we can see the use of point-of-care ultrasound and the venous access. And next picture, the presence of free fluid and fast examination. And last one, the use as a guide for LB procedure. Fracture diagnosis, as we can see here, the arrow, how it will look like for ultrasound in case of fracture. Next slide is the diagnosis of pneumonia. It will be characterized by the presence of B-line, which is the white shadow presence vertically. And for the soft tissue diagnosis, it will show the cobblestone for diagnosis of cellulitis. Regarding the focused assessment or FAST sonography and trauma examination for a patient with blunt abdominal trauma, this is a systemic review meta-analysis. They specify that in a hemodynamically stable child presenting with blunt abdominal trauma, it's a positive point-of-care ultrasound fast examination result means that its presence of trauma is likely, but a negative examination result alone cannot prevent further or cannot predict further diagnostic workup for the patient. The need of the CT scan may be obviated. May be obviated in a subset of low-risk patient. So we should examine the patient and get the low-risk child to decide whom to imaging, who needs further imaging or not.
2 minutes, Doctora.
Okay. And quick, there is further tools can be used in the emergency department, like the eye examiner used for the ear examination for the tympanic membrane visualization, and cystoscope used for the ophthalmic examination looking for the papillary edema. At the desktop clinical care, healthcare or health information technology available at the bedside, especially in the form of electronic health record system, clinical decision support, and telemedicine, offer a tremendous opportunity to improve the quality, efficiency, and effectiveness of clinical care. Unfortunately, these incentive programs have had less benefit for the delivery of pediatric health care, and largely because of many electronic health records lack features that are essential for pediatrics. And nevertheless, research of efforts in the last decade involving electronic health records and related health information technology in pediatric emergency setting have yielded promising results in domains of diagnostic accuracy, management of specific clinical problems, medication safety, documentation quality, and family engagement, and patient flow and telemedicine application. The educational innovation in pediatric emergency department Education and technology utilization. Education programs should focus on training healthcare professionals on effective use of advanced pediatric emergency technology. And for the simulation-based learning enhances the preparedness healthcare teams to manage pediatric emergency using technology tools. And interdisciplinary education, collaborative educational initiative involve pediatric emergency physician, nurses, and allied health professional, foster a comprehensive understanding of technological advancement in pediatric emergency or in emergency care. So the artificial intelligence and machine learning in quick pediatric emergency department. Clinical decision support system, artificial intelligence powered clinical decision support system, aid in rapid diagnosis, risk stratification, and treatment guidance for pediatric emergencies. The predictive algorithm and machine learning algorithm analyze vast data set to predict clinical trajectories, enabling early identification of deteriorating pediatric patients. And ethical consideration, ethical frameworks are essential in the development and deployment of artificial intelligence and machine learning technology to ensure patient safety, privacy, and equity in pediatric emergency care. This is just a review done by our colleague in Riyadh regarding artificial intelligence and pediatric emergency departments. And they conclude that artificial intelligence and different machine learning techniques have been proven as reliable accompaniment of pediatrician. They can provide their support in terms of early diagnosis, for example, in septic shock, in children, prediction of disease severity like in cases of traumatic brain injury, drug doses, and emergency resources management. Lack of research on extensive data, data on far-reaching population, and legal and trust issue and unfriendly softwares are the challenges for those artificial intelligence. So in summary, there are promising results demonstrating capabilities of current by-side technology to avoid radiation-based study, improving healthcare outcomes, and enhance education and pediatric emergency. The potential for health information technology to improve care collaboration by the directly engaging patients and their families, and particularly appealing. The use of technology beyond the bedside in the form of simulation-based training and online learning allow pediatric emergency provided to better prepare for the delivery of the bedside care, and research to better define the best tool, identify appropriate indications, and measure quality will ensure the continuously and advanced care for our patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reem, for giving us insight on the technology in pediatric ER. Now we'll come to the last lecture of the day. I'm delighted to present Dr. Maryam AlHasa, who will present a lecture about disease prediction using artificial intelligence. Dr. Maryam, she is a senior genetic consultant with 19 years of experience in healthcare. She is expert in designing genetic screening program for complex and consanguineous population, specifically for newborn, primary, and rare disease. The primary focus is on genetic of complex disorder, trained to analyze data on individual and population genetics level using bioinformatic tools to identify the genetic variants involved in the disease etiology. Welcome, Dr. Maryam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to keep you wait for so long for the tour. Today I'm going to talk about the utilization of AI in healthcare. I have nothing to disclose. Sorry. Yeah. So genetic diseases divided into two: monogenic diseases and complex diseases. In monogenic diseases like Huntington, a single gene associated with a disease, inevitably it will cause the illness. In other kind of inheritance or pattern of inheritance, like metabolic diseases, where environmental factor with the genetic predisposition will cause the disease. I'll talk about the pattern of inheritance, then I will go back to the complex diseases. So people usually inherit diseases or phenotype from their parents in a single or a chunk of a DNA passed through generation. Where the same, it can cause a mutation other than phenotypic. So a single mutation, a point mutation, or a chromosomal rearrangement or deletion or duplication can cause diseases during DNA recombination or replication, giving a pathogenic or normal phenotype. How this happened during the protein process, mutation in the exonic or intronic area can be associated with deletion or a single point mutation where it will affect the protein process. As an example, as it's common in this region, sickle cell anemia, a single point mutation changing valine into glutamic acid, changing not only the biochemical the biochemistry within the cell, but also changing the phenotype of the cell, causing crescent shape, which cause also clumping of the hemoglobin and associated with restrictions on certain veins and capillaries. In a larger chromosomal change where translocation between chromosomes can be associated with diseases, my main focus is mental illness, so I work mainly with schizophrenia and bipolar. So a translocation between chromosome 1 and 11 can be associated with schizophrenia where it disrupts disc gene. And it's known that it's been associated with schizophrenia. Other type of chromosomal rearrangement associated with different mental illnesses and other diseases, like a break within the chromosome can be inverted or deleted or even duplicated. How we can investigate genetic variation. Historically, we used to do linkage analysis. We link certain area using a statistical method with a family member following the pattern of inheritance from the affected individual in black circle among generation, and we will find the piece on the genome that associated with the phenotype. That's work with a single gene mutation or with diseases with a strong penetrance. Currently, or these 20 years, we are working with sequencing technology, whole genome or whole exome, where we can investigate the micro level of the DNA and find the mutations. Covering intronic, exomic region. If we're going to use the whole exome, we're going to cover the whole genome. Genome, we will cover the whole genetic material. Or we use 1% of the genome, which is the coding region, by the whole exome. From that, we will get a result as it's illustrated here, a heterozygous with different bases within the area of interest, or a homogeneous, which is homozygous, either wild type or pathogenic. So how can we know this mutation or translocation or any arrangement is causing disease? There is certain criteria, the ACMG or the American College of Pathologists set them to distinguish pathogenic from non-pathogenic or benign variation. We usually follow this if we didn't find or not known variation. Usually, I think most of the doctors here, when they work with a certain disease, they would know that this type of mutation is common in certain diseases. But this is not always the case. So a variant of unknown significant or new variation, which we don't know if it's associated with the disease, we use prediction tools like VARSIM or any other tool where you put the variant or the location, and then you will get the prediction of what this variant does. So here, I'm going to talk about Matt White, who's a scientist, a professor in AI. In his family, his son developed an unknown, let's say, in that time, disease, and he doesn't know what's wrong with him, and nobody knows what the genotype, and the phenotype is a bit tricky, and nobody understands what's going on. So what he did...
Matt Might is trying to save his son's life.
When Bertrand was born, he really baffled doctors.
He had very unusual symptoms and no diagnosis for 4 years.
At the end of 4 years, we finally got an answer. And they said, we think your child is the first ever patient with NGLI1 deficiency.
This disease had never been documented before, anywhere. There were no known patients and no treatments. Matt and Christina Might were alone.
We know essentially nothing about this. So if anyone's going to do anything about this disorder, it just became us.
Usually investigate or do research to find the variation and also to find the pathway associated with it, and then we link it to a certain pathway and find the treatment.
At the start, Bertrand was having, in many cases, hundreds of seizures per day.
Bertrand just kept screaming nonstop. I mean, he would wake up every hour and a half to 2 hours just screaming.
For 4 years, we tried to figure out what was going on. And I remember saying that we're going to do everything possible, and when we run out of the possible, we'll do the impossible. Science is where you turn when you have to do the impossible.
Matt didn't have much experience with biology, but he was a professor of computer science, and he wondered if genetic testing could help them finally get a diagnosis.
So the human genome is like the manual of operations for the human body. It's how to build you and how to operate you.
He got an idea. Could they compare his DNA with Christina and Bertrand's?
I was thinking, gosh, couldn't we just take the 3 of our genomes, compare them like strings like we do in computer science, and find the mutations where we differ, because these are likely causing the disease.
And it worked.
He had inherited a mutation from me and a mutation from my wife Christina, and a gene called NGLY1. And what this did is it wiped out the function of this gene and caused his condition.
So this
is where you enter a
with a known phenotype, unknown genotype, in certain cases where the mom and the dad carry a single mutation in each chromosome, they have a chance of passing this mutation into 25% of their children to be affected, while 50 will be unaffected. In this case, Matt didn't stop by just identifying the mutation that's associated with the disease, but further, he tried to investigate what is the pathway that's associated with the diseases. And he actually formulated the first precision medicine committee approved by the White House in 2015. Further, he actually created a database where the doctors can put the phenotype and they will get predictive diseases that might associated with it.
Concept that you're interested in, Medicanron really has the potential to revolutionize medical decision making. Medicanron is an artificial intelligence agent, and inside of it is a knowledge base that consists of essentially anything that's ever been published in the medical literature. Any fact that has ever been documented scientifically in medicine is inside of Medicanron. It's actually also a logical reasoning engine. So it can actually deduce new facts based on what it knows right now. Now we can say for any disease, tell us the known treatments for that disease, no matter how obscure they might be. It's incredibly meaningful to know that with a tool like this that we're actually able to make such a big impact on someone's life.
Available databases and the publications and put them together in one place, putting the phenotype of the patient, then the output will be extracted from different publications and give us the prediction of the most probable diseases that will cause the phenotype. So his son also got sick one day and been hospitalized, and no one knows what the cause of the infection. So what he did as well, he asked the doctor for lung aspiration, and they did the sequencing for it, metagenomics, and analyzed what kind of bacteria that associated with the with his symptoms, and from there they choose the right antibiotic. So that with rare and ultra-rare variation. So in a dear and near to my heart topic, which is complex diseases, me and my team at University of AlHasa try to find a predictive tool to identify, let's say, who's more predisposed to certain diseases and where we can implement early intervention. Complex diseases, as everyone knows, it's prolonged, complex etiology, no one knows the genetic component. If I go back to the slide, as I described in monogenic, it's a genetic association, but also sometimes it's an environmental association. So number of genes with minimal effect or large burden effect can cause the disease by itself inevitably without the environmental factor. And in certain cases, the environmental factor can play a role on the disease formation. So how can we protect people if we know the environmental factor and we know that they do have a predisposition? Through the knowledge of the genome since 2010 and where they accumulate the data of the genome, we know that certain location associated with certain diseases with a strong effect or with a minimal effect. So from these data, or what we utilize, we try to understand the complexity of diseases. So as an example, in schizophrenia and bipolar, you have a phenotype where it's complex and share with other disease like bipolar or Alzheimer. This is not only on the phenotypic aspect. However, we can find it also in the genetics. We find certain genes associated more in schizophrenia, and we find certain genes associated with bipolar. However, there is a big amount of genetic mutation can be found in both, but which can distinguish one disease from the other. So understanding the genetics by itself, or the transcriptomic or the proteomic, it will lead us to the right medication or the personalized medicine. So what we did, we recruit a number of people, we sequence them, we understand the different variation, and we try to link them into a certain pathway. There is a cutoff between disease and not disease. So in polygenic disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar, diabetes, cardiac diseases, it's difficult to say because we have different genes associated, and sometimes you have the genes, the mutations, but you don't have the disease. So we put a cutoff where we predict that certain people might have the disease or not. So at AlHasa University, we create a tool called Precision, where me and my team, Dr. Arij, Dalal, and Aman, you can put your DNA, and we can give you prediction. Basically, we use R language and Python, and use the available data sets for the genome, and we predict from the available data set online. There's good things and bad things on this kind of prediction, where it's good to know if you can prevent, but in the case of psychiatric diseases, it might accelerate the disease. where the people will be panicked that they're going to deliver disease, especially if they know that one of their family member does have this kind of disease. So now we practice it on mental illnesses. In the future, we are trying to push it into more complex diseases. So we created the back end and the front end. And the advantage of it, it is a friendly user, anyone can use it, but I don't think we're gonna allow public to use it currently while it's for mental illnesses. It is scalable, we can add more diseases. It's based on live databases, where the databases update, the result will be updated. It is compact in one place, you can do the analysis. The disadvantage, it's tricky because the diseases that are associated in certain population, it might not be the one associated in our population. And we don't have enough data in the Saudi population to say which might be causative of the disease in Saudi population. A single point mutation within this database wrongly inserted, it can cause a crash for the whole system. We do have the QR code for the website and the team if anyone interested or have any data. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariam. So now can I invite all the speakers to the panel, and we'll have like short discussion, and we can receive like 2 questions before we conclude the day. Dr. Mariam, Dr. Reem, Dr. Murtada. Dr. Mahdi, he had to leave early because of his commitment. He has a clinic now. Dr. Hussein, you have a question? And you can scan the barcode for the quiz. So after the questions, we will announce the winner.
Lectures from all the speakers. My question for Dr. Mariam. I'm a pediatric neurologist, so ordering a genetic test is almost a daily process in my life. Usually I prefer to do whole exome sequencing for patients or pediatric patients who came with epileptic encephalopathies or global developmental delay. And sometimes we reach the diagnosis, and many times we fail to find final diagnosis where the whole exome sequencing came with a negative result, or they call it sometimes variant of unknown significance, or potentially pathogenic mutation. Now, for those patients with the variants of unknown significance, what is your recommendations? Because usually I follow the recommendation from the ordering lab. Usually we are sending for Biosentia or Centrogenes. And what they wrote in their recommendation is to repeat the study after 1 to 2 years, or proceed with the whole genome sequencing. As per their data, there is 30% of those with negative whole exome. They will have some positive results with whole genome sequencing. So do you recommend to go with the whole genome, or do you recommend something else like testing the parents? Knowing that in our population, in our hospital, getting a genetic test is not always an easy process, because most of the insurance companies, they don't cover it. So what is the best approach for that? So this is my first question. My second question is, do we have any application that we can put? I know in the past, when I was in the National Guard Riyadh, they have like some, I don't remember the website, where we put the symptoms, and then the website will formulate or give me or generate some possible disorders. And then we go one by one, try to match it and do the genetic study for each one at a time. So do you have any free or even reliable, accreditable application that we can use to help us for genetic disorders? يعطيك العافية.
Yeah, it's work. Regarding the first question, variant of unknown significant doesn't mean, a lot of doctors come back to us, we have a variant of known significant. They want us to confirm that it's causing disease. I would say instead of doing whole exome again, because this is one of the things I wrote a paper about, that doctors aggressively use the technology. If you do have the sequencing, the VCF file, just send it to anyone expert and check it, because the one who do the analysis actually have a database to compare with. So they are limited by the knowledge. But when you have a different data set, let's say if you try to analyze this data in AlTakhassusi or AlHasa, where you have the Saudi population, you might get your answer. So revisiting the exome, and this is why I always ask the doctor not to take the report from Centogent, take the VCF file, take the data, because we can analyze it. There's a lot of people in Saudi Arabia certified and know how to do this. All of us study how to do the analysis for the data. Do it in a research set. We can create a new pipeline looking into different data sets, or try to recruit data from different places. Revisiting the data, if you have a VUS and you doubt it might cause the disease, just go back to the databases, again, ClinVar basically, or VARSIM, and you will find the new classification. And then you will feel that, okay, after a year, and we did this study, we published 1,200 patients from Shumaisi Hospital. We took the data, which recruited in 2020, and we classified them in 2023. Maybe 70% of the variant were classified as pathogenic. So you will have the knowledge with the time, because it's accumulative knowledge. No one knows what the genome would do within the years, but it's an accumulative knowledge. And regarding the databases, there's many. But in prediction tools, whatever, even the one that we created, we always recommend revisit it with another data, or let's say another tool to confirm. Because no one would be right, it's a prediction. But it will assess you, or at least guide you to half the way, but not the whole way. I hope that answered your question.
So we need a geneticist with us.
I'm happy to support you for free.
يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
Any other question? Thank you very much. Dr. May, can you? Dr. Reem? Dr. Reem? Dr. Mariam, thank you very much. دكتورة مريم يعطيك العافية. For the quiz winner, the name was Wa'il. I think Dr. Wa'il, he's the winner. Come, Dr. Wa'il, thank you very much. He's the fastest, and he answered all the questions correctly. يعطيك العافية. Thank you very much. We finish our program for today. we hope to see you all tomorrow morning. We'll start at 8:30 sharp, and we'll have our program tomorrow till 1 a.m. till lunchtime, inshallah. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.